Good afternoon. I'm calling to order the Board of Advance meeting of the CUSD Board of Education for June 12th, 2025. Welcome, everyone. First item on the agenda is a flag salute. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
of
the
America,
republic
and
which
to the
stands,
for which stands
nation,
one
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
liberty, and justice for
and
all.
justice for all. One day.
All right, thank you, everyone. Next item is a roll call. Roll call, please.
Yes. Trustee Zhao,
Here.
Trustee Chow,
Present online.
Trustee Leong,
Here.
Trustee Manhattan,
Here.
Trustee Liu.
Here. Okay, then 2.1 Board Advance Agenda Approval. Could I get a motion, please?
I make a motion.
Thank you, Satish. And a second?
A second.
Thanks, Long. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Zhao,
Aye.
Trustee Chow,
Aye.
Trustee Leong,
Aye.
Trustee Manhattan,
Aye.
Trustee Liu.
Aye. All right, next item is communication from employee organizations. Do we have any speakers today?
Yes, we do. We have CEA President Kate Lee.
Okay. Welcome, President Lee. Let's see, where's the there's the podium.
Good afternoon, Board and Superintendent Yao, our Executive Cabinet, and CUSD teachers and community. I'd like to start with a happy last week of instruction and happy summer vacation. Shout out to our Murdoch-Portal teachers, students, and families. As one of our alternative schools, they have a year-round calendar. So they are finishing up this week and will be back in July, I believe. It was great to see Murdoch-Portal, our year-round multi-age instructional alternative school, be recognized by the state as a distinguished school. This reinforces the important teaching and learning philosophy of this school and the important positive impact it has on the students and families enrolled there. So as they end their year this week, I extend a huge congratulations to the Murdoch-Portal family, staff, students, and parents that continue the long traditions and positive learning environments of this alternative Cupertino school. Regarding the board protocols study session on the agenda today, I really appreciate the review of the protocols that board members should follow. This will be beneficial for CUSD employees and our community to see and understand. One concern I have is with the agendas for the last 3 regular board meetings, including tonight's, because that is a part of the board protocols, is setting the agenda with the superintendent. Public comments as well as employee organization comments have been moved to the end of the agenda or close to the end of the agenda, just before consents. And at one of our last board meetings, several veteran 6th grade math teachers whose combined teaching experience was probably over 100 years, they wanted to share their concerns about the current 6th grade math program and placements. And they had to wait several hours into the meeting before they were able to give their public comments. This was after teaching students for 7.5 hours and then waiting for an additional 3 hours before the meeting began. Why would the board and superintendent want to, why this is inhibiting our employees and our community from being able to easily access public comments at board meetings. There was already a longstanding precedent and practice of placing public comments early on the agenda and limiting those public comments to 20 minutes during that segment. And if there are additional comments, they are provided time at the end of the meeting. This allows the informational and discussion parts of the agenda that the board needs to get through plenty of time. Following that process provides plenty of time for all of this, and I really urge the board and Superintendent Yao to return to our previous practice of placing public comments and employee organization comments early on in the agenda so that our employees and our community can have a reasonable access and transparency for these public comments. Under board protocols, there are many new state laws that the district needs to meet next year. I'm glad to see that it's having a very full specific review at the board session today. It's good to see them clearly laid out and explained in the slides. I'll be especially interested to hear how the district will be providing training to all staff regarding immigration protocols. There's some very important new state requirements that should be followed to protect our immigrant students and families. Also, how the district will help employees to ensure consistent compliance of student cell phone use. This should be a part of the first day packet, and that both parents and students sign off on and agree to, and should never be left solely to the enforcement of teachers in the classroom. It creates a very difficult situation in our classrooms, especially in the middle schools. We already have been faced with many students refusing to comply and using the lack of consistency throughout a site to push back against teachers who ask them to follow the rules. The district will also need to make sure all employees are trained and have access to the mental health professionals and resources students may need, and that all certificated middle school employees are trained to support the rights and protections of LGBTQ plus youth in our schools. I'm really looking forward to hearing all about the PBL sessions that just happened and the trainings that just happened over the last couple of days. And then in terms of the budget study session, I mentioned before concern about the solar lease payments being paid off out of the bond. If that does move forward, I'd really like to see it be an agreement where those monies are then, when it's available in the budget, those monies are then brought back into and paid back to the Measure Z fund. And that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, moving on then. Item 4, this is for public comments. And so because this is a board advance meeting, we're really only accepting comments for items on the agenda. Do we have any public comments today?
No, we do not.
Okay, great. Thank you. With that then, we're at the board advance. So I'm going to turn this over to Superintendent Yao.
Thank you. So this is our final board advance. Again, we try to do these for the spread out throughout the year. I think as one of our former board members said, the purpose of the board advance is really about looking forward. And so with that in mind, we do try to bring topics that are relevant currently, but also have implications for as we move forward. So today we have 4 different topics. As always, I will try to be the timekeeper. We've allocated about 60 minutes for each. We will do a board protocol review. If you remember in January, we did a very, very high overview of the protocols, but had referenced that we'd bring it back now in June for further review. We have our board policy updates. We have quite a few that we're bringing forward as we've shifted into the new Gamut platform, which will make it much more transparent, much more accessible by board members, but also to our community as well. And so this would give us our first opportunity to adopt the quarterly board policies that CSBA releases. We then are going to highlight our portrait of a learner, kind of looking back to what we've accomplished this year, but also looking forward to what's upcoming for our future and continuing that journey. And then the last session, we will revisit the budget. As you recall, our study session, we did cut short. We had gotten through the MYP, but staff really wanted an opportunity to share some of that background of how that budget was developed. So again, will try to keep us on track and give us some alerts when we're approaching that, because we do have staff members that will be joining throughout for some of the presentations. So with that, we will kick off our first one, our board protocols. And if you remember, it was back in 2021 that we developed our first set of board protocols. And it really was an opportunity for us to capture and document what those guidelines are, so that as a board, we are all in agreement on how not only our board meetings run, but how we operate as a board, and responding to community and responding to staff and setting up a lot of those meetings. And so we do have 11 established categories that we've built on over the course of the year. Oftentimes as new laws or something comes in, it may prompt us to want to change our protocols. Right now, what I've done on this form, these are our 11 existing categories. Throughout the course of the year since last June, when we reviewed our protocols, at any time if a board member brought something up and said, hey, we should talk about this, or this might be an area, I've tried to keep track of those throughout the year. I'm not going to say I caught everything throughout the year, but these were the big areas that I was able to capture and say we would come back and view in June. So you'll notice that some of them are the purplish blue. Those are the areas that there were some questions, comments that have come up from board members throughout the year. The gray areas, nobody had brought up that there was any interest in talking about that, but we do have those available. And then I did want to highlight the last one is a red one, which we'll talk about at the end, and begin having that conversation about setting board goals as we maybe move into the process of even having a board evaluation or a self-evaluation. So with that, the next slide, if we want to go to the, let me go back on that one. I'm sorry, my error. Can we click on board meeting in the purple? So we're going to do a little bit of bouncing around here. Or if it's easier to slip to, it's slide 7. Oh, perfect. So these are our current 5 guidelines that we have. The comment that had come up from a board member, and again, I'm not going to identify which board member, it was looking at the public comments, the duration of the public comments, and looking at equalizing. So anyone that's performing or speaking during the public comments, there's a comparable set of time. So right now we have the 3-minute that can be adjusted down. There was a question about the employee organizations when they speak, should they follow the same guidelines as a public comment? So that was what was shared with me. And I'll open that up for discussion.
Okay, so should we, are you thinking we discuss this one first or see if other folks have ideas
Sure.
in this category? Board
Absolutely.
meetings. Okay, so maybe we do that. I think we have one on the table, which is looking at, do we want to put any sort of just policies around just all public comments to the board? And at this point, then maybe I'll just open the floor up to anyone, any other sort of board meeting protocol related items to discuss or share your thoughts on what's on the table right now. And I'll try to, and Ava, let's see, I trying to, so if you like to go first or that would be fine, or we could go. I just want to make sure we don't miss you since, yeah.
I think
So-
since I can't see everybody, I only see like the tables and can't see individually. I don't could hear what you all are doing. So probably be best that I go last, and then that way, since I can't have a read of the room, since I can't see everybody.
Okay, that
Would that
sounds good.
work?
All right, yeah, that's a good idea. Thanks, Ava. So I think one thing I like to throw out also is just how we address each other. I think we've been pretty informal by first name, but I've noticed sometimes folks are, like for they talk about, use my title, and then I feel kind of bad when I address them by the first name. I just want to see if folks are comfortable with, this form, or I know in some of the other bodies, folks are a bit more formal. So I just want to toss that out there. I'm happy with the status quo, but I did want to, very happy to entertain if you want to be Trustee Young and Trustee Zhao and so forth. I'll have to hardwire that in my brain, but happy to do that also. So I just throw that one out there too, as how we address each other during the board meetings. So who'd like to go first here?
Again.
Okay, thanks, Satish.
But first, just to answer your thing, I'm comfortable with what it is.
Okay.
I know that many people struggle to even tell my last name, so it's better to call my first name.
Thank you.
I think I think this is going well from that point.
All right.
And sometimes even our flow also, like people say Stacy, they call, and so on. But it's okay. I think as long as we are getting the communication across, I think that's what more important.
Okay.
So I'm comfortable with that. I think both should have the flexibility about this 3 minutes thing. I think, if we have public comments, we have put for 20 minutes. My view is I think 20 minutes is good, and we should be able to adjust it because sometimes what we have seen in the past is the same thing. People would be giving repeated comment, right? So it'd be good we should have that flexibility to adjust the time. Means like within 20 minutes, how many per speaker, which we can. I think that is what we are doing now. I am still okay with that. So one thing which is a little gray area, I think Superintendent Yao just brought up about the employee organization also. Like, so should we be putting a specific time slot for them, or it should be part of that? I'm not sure about that, because if all 3 organizations are speaking for long, it will take long. But most of the time, what ends up happening is we have only one organization speaking, right? So it is not really overly going from that point, but at the same time, let's say think some occasions we had more people talking on the same thing. So I don't know, I think I'm open for a discussion on that. I want to hear from Brad and Mike just comments. Whether we should, is it 3 minutes, is 5 minutes, is 10 minutes, I don't know that exactly. But anyway, everywhere we have a protocol. It is good to have a protocol on that for sure. I'm open for that. So I think anything else is there in the slide which we need to, I think I covered most.
Sure.
But I would like to hear about the last point, others' opinion.
Right. Thank you, Satish. Sylvia or Long, any thoughts on any of these?
So specifically so I guess for address it, I'm fine with like first names, like that's like, I just feel like I would end up forgetting most of the time and then having to correct myself, so it would just make the meeting longer. So I'm fine with kind of the precedent that we already have. With regard to public comments, I'm torn on this. I do think like having it at the beginning is good for the community, so that they don't have to wait the whole time. But at the same time, sometimes I feel like, oh, I wish they had stayed so that, because sometimes they'll give the comment and then they'll leave and then we have the presentation. And then if they had stayed, they would have learned more about whatever it is. And so I do like that there's that, it kind of creates this, opportunity for them to actually stay and learn something about whatever it is that we're learning about, so it's a shared learn opportunity. I mean, I think, the last meeting was kind of an anomaly of like it going all the way to 11:30. Although there was like a 2-year period where that was like the norm. So I don't know, I'm open to either way, like depending on what you guys are thinking. I do think it is a good opportunity for people to stay. Maybe we don't put it, I'm trying to look at it, like right now we put it after discussion.
So it comes right prior to any action or consent.
It comes prior to action or consent, okay. It's kind of in the middle. It's not at the end, right? It's kind of in the middle.
And I do, if I may, I want to make sure we clarify too, there's 2 different type of public comments. Public comments for items on the agenda are always heard at the time of the agenda, so the community has access directly to those items. I believe we're referring to public comments on agenda or items not on the agenda that the board does not take action on.
Right. Thank you for that point, that clarification. Yeah, I don't have a strong commitment or I don't have a strong opinion on where in the meeting it should go. I think in terms of time length, I agree with Satish, like sometimes like if like more than one organization speaks and then we don't have a time limit, it can end up, getting long. I'm curious, Superintendent Yao, do you know in general, like have you checked with other districts, what other districts' protocol is?
They do vary. Probably the most common one is it's aligned with public comments, but again, every district does things a little bit differently. So I wouldn't say there's really a norm. I would say there's 2 to 3 different practices. One would be it maintains the same as a public comment. Others is it's unlimited, and others is they set a time limit, but it's for a longer duration than the regular public comments. Knowing that, to hear from the employee organizations is important, but it's not an unlimited time. It's a set amount of time still.
Okay. Yeah, I do think they should get longer than just the general public comment. I mean, absolutely, it's super important that we have that time set aside and dedicated for all of our employee organizations. I know like SCOE has a 5-minute limit, which is longer than the 3-minute limit. I'm not saying that that's what we should do. I just know, I happen to know because I was talking with one of their it's new for them.
Okay.
They didn't even have like an employee organizations before, and I guess with their new superintendent, they've
Mm.
put that in, and so anyways, yeah, so I guess that's where I'm at right now.
All right, thanks.
Okay.
Long.
Right. Yeah, I prefer calling by the name, by the first name, because especially for me and Trustee Eva, okay, we have a quite a similar, our last names are quite pronounced quite similar. Trustee Jiao and Trustee Chao. Okay, yeah, I have to look at Aaron to see. Okay, you're looking at me. Okay. So, yeah, that's that point. And say for the speaking, I know. Say for our employee organizations and superintendent report that very say efficient and do not always behave very good and have made the point within a certain time limit. But I also think of, okay, yeah, what if in some extreme scenario, say it can be a chance for filibuster? Yeah, I do not know. Say since we do not have a time limit, and so that could run as a potential filibuster. And say, yeah, I prefer, say, maybe you can think about have a time limit, maybe 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. But yeah, just something reasonable. And for the public comments not on the agenda, I think say my understanding is that right now we have public comments in two sections. One is that in the middle of the agenda and have a time limit with 20 minutes. And then, if we cannot finish, and then we go to the end of the meeting. Yeah, I can see, say, the point is that we have some other agenda, like, say, we may have some outside presenters, and maybe we do not want them to wait too long. And so that's my understanding. That's why we have this the time limit for the public comment and cap it to 20 minutes. And so and it does have a before at the beginning of this year we started to have the public comments before this discussion action items. And later we move it to after the discussion action items. And my understanding, I do not know the reason behind, but my understanding is that probably we do not want the outside presenters wait too long. But at the same time, we do not have a time limit for the discussion item. And that's actually may push our public comments, our audience, our community members, teachers, and into waiting much longer time than before. So I think it makes sense, say, to move it back to before the discussion action, because our public comments for the first session, we have a time limit, and we know at most, say, how long it will, when it will end. And so, and if we if our outside presenter need to wait for a while, and they can expect, okay, maybe I can wait for 20 minutes. So that's that's an expectation. And but I do prefer, say, have another change as well for the public comments. Say, At first, we have 20 minutes, and if we do not finish, and we move it to the end, but I do not want to move it to the very end after the agenda setting. Maybe we should do it before the agenda setting. So, yeah, we should listen all the public comments before we set the future agenda. And in case there's something come up from the public comment, and then we can say, okay, yeah, I want to add this part into the public comment, into the future agenda. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Long. Ava, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you. I just had it. So I guess we're talking about 3 things. In terms of like us talking and calling each other by the names, I'm okay with everybody saying by the first names. I do want to make a point that now that I'm on the other side zooming in and other people, what I do see, unless we are logged in, I can see who's talking. Like right now, Jerry, I could see your face and I know when you're talking or not. Although the other people are not logged in, so I can't see them, but I do see the room when I hear, I see the room as a rectangle, but I can identify visually who is speaking or not. And if I don't know people's voices, it's hard for me as a person from the public to know who exactly is speaking. And since we are already used to calling each other by the first names, maybe, and this is the consideration, that we self-identify when speaking. So I can say Trustee Chow here, and so I can preface and call myself out, and then so that they know who's speaking. And I don't even know if closed captioning is turned on either. And that might help if closed captioning was turned on. But when I see it from Zoom for the first time, because I don't usually log in, I just see a big room. I can't really tell who is speaking unless we're logged in on video. And I do see you, Jerry, you're on video. So that's something that want to kind of consider. In terms of employee organization speaking and speaking times, I agree with a majority of you who have mentioned that hearing from the employee organization is important. I would like the employee organization to be as a separate item. I don't want it to move into the public comment area, mainly because it does take time away from the other general public. They only have 20 minutes beginning, and as Long has stated, they are very efficient when they are talking and they make the points within the time limits. And I agree. And why change it if it's working? And we have a limited amount of employee organizations. We have 3. The Cupertino Employee Education Association, SCIU 521, and then CSEA, right? The California School Employees Association. So we know exactly how many organizations we have. So it's a little bit more manageable, whereas in public comments, we may not know how many people in the public are coming up. And Long does make a good point that we already have protocols where it's only 20 minutes. And we know that wherever we put it, it's going to be 20 minutes. And anybody who is more than that will move to the end of the agenda. So, and the point is, we don't have time limits when we do our discussions or presentations. So typically, we can estimate, but we don't really have a time restriction there. So when we do know that a public comment is 20 minutes, I prefer to have that near the front so we know exactly, oh, it's 20 minutes, and that people who want to be mindful of our public, because for them to actually come to a board meeting, either online or in person, is a lot, saying that it's an issue that means a lot to them. And I want to give them the time and the respect and mindful of their schedules as well. Thank you.
And if I may clarify, I think there was a little confusion there because there's two different, there wasn't the question of in embedding employee organizations comments at the same time as public comments. Those are two separate items.
It
Okay.
was, thank you, Stacy. It was in regards to a comment made by another board member, so I just wanted to address that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I do want to be a timekeeper. It is now 12:30. We're 30 minutes in on our first call.
Yes, irony is it's about time management. I don't think there's anything on here I'm gonna die on a hill on. I'm so thank to my board colleagues for I'm happy with the current address, form of address. Also, I just wanted to check. So yeah, I do kind of hesitate when I get to Jiao and Chow. So thank you. We'll keep
And then
that.
throw Yao into that as
And
well.
then Jiao, yes.
But you're not trustee,
Yeah.
superintendent.
All right. Let's see. In terms of the time, the placement of the public comments not on the agenda, I do see both points. I think both perspectives have been brought up. I'd be supportive of moving that forward. I think the thing here is there's a 20-minute. We know it's 20 minutes just in terms of time management. In terms of let's see, the 1, 2, and then the third one, in terms of the employee organizations, I'm good with some sort of a cap that's a little bit higher. It's certainly not 3 minutes, maybe 5, maybe something. Again, just in terms of being able to sort of predictability of time here. I do know some of these other things are variable. So that's sort of where I am right now on this. I think that sort of touches on a bit of what everybody shared here. So with that, I don't know if so if I could pull together maybe a proposal for us to discuss is we leave the current addressing alone. We move up the public comments back to sort of towards the beginning. And then for the first 20 minutes, the remaining will insert as long as suggested right before agenda setting. And then in terms of time for employee organizations, I don't know.
No, I'm okay with that 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Because
Yeah.
what should be,
Per
it should
organization.
be more than the public, but I think we need to have a cap. So 5 minutes seems reasonable, right? The score you said, Sylvia, I can, yeah. Any,
Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm good with all of those. I think with the 5 minutes, I wasn't proposing it. I was just saying that that's what, I mean, I think at a minimum of 5
Okay.
minutes is kind of what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Um,
I'm
But-
happy to go
so
higher.
one question, when you say minimum, even if it is 2 minutes, it's okay, or what is 5 minutes?
meaning we don't cap it shorter than 5 minutes,
No, correct.
Okay, so
Understood.
at least.
at least.
No,
least,
or,
not
or
minimum.
or
At least-
at least 5
At least,
minutes.
At least
minimum,
5
yeah,
minutes.
because let's say one organization speaks only 2 minutes, we are okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm fine with moving public comments back to the beginning with employee orgs. Also back to the beginning.
Okay.
Okay, one question. So it is still going to be an open-ended when you say minimum, at least. I want to make sure that I think, yeah.
I'm not sure the direction. I'm
Yeah,
hearing a couple different things. I'm not sure what a minimum of
minimum
5
we
minutes
can- or
is.
at least-
So what?
I guess what I'm saying is I'm not proposing 5 minute cap. I'm proposing, I'm saying, what do you guys? Are you guys proposing 5 minutes?
And you may want to keep in mind, we have 3 employee organizations that have the opportunity to speak.
So I think,
I-
okay,
Feel free to jump in, Ava, also.
I don't think you addressed this one. So what are your thoughts on this one?
Oh, yes, give me, sorry.
So Ava,
No,
we're
who's-
sort of,
who is she talking to?
oh, sorry, that
'Cause
was
I can't
Sylvia.
see the dynamics up here.
Right. Yeah. Now, so the question that Sylvia brought up was to check if you had any thoughts on any sort of time cap or maximum or something on employee organization addressed to the board?
I think what we're doing now is working. If we were to put time caps, then people may feel like they're gonna fill out that space. I think what we're having now is working, and not having any cap, or limitations on it, as long as said, and I agree that our employee organizations, when they choose to come up to use that space, they are pretty efficient with that time. So I like to move forward, the way it is right now.
Any other?
I don't know whether we all have an agreement or not, but I think I would say that I think a minimum is not needed actually.
Mhm.
At least is not a right word, because however you want a minimum can be a minimum,
Sure.
right? It all depends upon the content. I think if you're putting a cap, it should be maximum.
Okay,
That's what we should be talking, maximum 5 minutes, maximum 10 minutes or whatever it is, or don't put any cap. That's only option which I see. Because nothing like a minimum or at least kind of thing. So you have to, my option is probably public comment, you are giving max 3 minutes, maybe 6 minutes, double the time, something like that. But I'm not very picky about 1 minute here and there. As I agree with you all that we need to listen to, but at the same time, just for the time management perspective, if you think that double the public comment maximum we are giving is 3 minutes.
okay,
For an employee organization, double the time is 6 minutes, maybe. So practically 20 minutes to 20 minutes kind of, or an 18 minutes, right? So even though we are not having all the organizations, maybe 6 minutes is reasonable, my view, unless you all have a different thing. I'm not pushing anything down here though, no offense here, but
okay,
just,
all right.
yeah.
So it sounds like, if I have to recap what I'm hearing from Ava, she's okay with the status quo. You're proposing a cap of perhaps 6 minutes long. Where are you on this?
Oh, well, yeah, I think it's reasonable to have a cap because for some to just to prevent some extreme condition, well, which have never happened, probably never happened in our history yet. But just thinking about say what's happening in the Congress in in the federal level, so they can filibuster, they can read a phone book for 24 hours. Okay, yeah, we definitely don't want to go that far. So, and I would like to have some extreme and to have some protocol and to either 5 minutes, 6 minutes, whatever. That should be fine. And actually, yeah, when I have only have some limited experience with our school board and the city council. In Cupertino, and I noticed for city council they even have a, time limit for their council members for each agenda item. So and which we do not have here. So, but I think we are all quite behave good. Okay.
Okay, so it sounds
But-
like you're good with 5.
I am good with having a cab.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then Sylvia?
I'm good with 6.
Good.
I like the thinking of it's double the amount of
Double
time.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
But it still keeps it at roughly 20 minutes
Okay,
for employee orgs.
Good.
20, oh yeah, 20, right?
Mhm.
So then it's 20 and 20.
Good.
If each org is coming to speak and we have full public comments, because that's already 40 minutes.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I think I'm good with that. And then knowing that like Superintendent Yao said, that other districts are kind of, there's all over the place. But thinking just because I just had this conversation with the SCOE board member. So I think that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Okay, all right, and I'll agree with the majority here, then I can go with 6. So Superintendent Yao, do you have?
I think
That
I have
then?
clear direction.
Okay,
All
all
right.
right, item number 2.
So we'll move now, if we
So-
can slide to slide
That was-
11.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
no, sorry, please
Sorry.
continue, Ava, sorry. Sorry about that. Please go ahead.
It's okay. So my comment wasn't in agreement with having a time limit. My comment is just like going with the status quo.
Right,
And it still is. Because currently we don't have, and we haven't had ever, to my knowledge, since watching the board meetings in 2018, that we've had any employee organization that does a filibuster, because I think we're all professionals in terms of like, even within ourselves, within the school board members and our employee organizations, that we are mindful of each other and respectful, that there hasn't been any extreme cases in which a filibuster that Long was mentioning, but I still agree with Long that our employees are very mindful and efficient with their times. Just keeping the status quo. It's just one less thing that we have to worry about in terms of a meeting, in terms of time limits. It's just easier that way.
All right, thanks for sharing that, Ava. I think for me, I would agree there isn't, I don't, I hadn't even thought about filibusters and that sort of thing. I think for me, it's just a sort of a time management, kind of like what Sylvia was getting at. So that's sort of where I am on that. Anybody else have any other thoughts or any sort of changes in your?
Yeah, my
Go ahead.
part is I think staff needs also a plan that we need to, if you're planning for a 3-hour board meeting, let's say worst case. Okay, extreme conditions, we'll have 5 hours, 6 hours. But we need to have a time plan every, even this item, it is not just even this protocol, this item needs half an hour, as the superintendent said, that 1 hour each of this. Like, otherwise we will always plan for a 9 o'clock ending and we'll go to 10:30. That's not the right thing. So everywhere, wherever we need, I think I suggest that we need to have kind of a cap, but not every item we can put it. But I think when we plan it, we need to have this could be maximum going for a 40 minutes. So that will help us to plan it rather than packing the agenda one after the other. So that's why sometimes it is spilling very much over. So that's what I said. It's a double the time for this. So 18 minutes, we can really keep it. We should plan the agenda in such a way that 18 minutes is kept for the employee organization, so that we can work well, rather than going as an open-ended. My thought again, you guys can decide.
All right, thank you. All right, so any other discussions on this? I think if not, then let's go
You
ahead and
have
move
a
to the next.
point. My
Oh,
hand
please.
was up. Sorry, I just lowered it. I do have a point. We don't have time limits when we have discussions or when we ask for information, or when we have to discuss in terms of information item or an action item as a board. So is what Satish suggesting that we also have a time limit, and what Long is suggesting that we have a time limit in our discussions? Because if we're putting time limits on things, is that where we are going?
Should I answer?
Yeah, I'm not sure I got all that. It's a little clipping here, but Satish.
Yeah, what I understood, Eva, with the permission, I'm answering this. No, I'm not suggesting for a time limit, but I'm saying for a planning purpose, we need to have a time limit. This could be like, a little bit here and there, but if everything is open-ended, then we end up in having packaging, at least something where we have a control, we need to have that thing. But certain items we cannot. Some discussion, for example, last time finance, it went on. So we had to cut off some time and we moved it to another session, right? So something like that. So certain things may go beyond the thing than what we initially expect, but at least what we have in control, like 20 minutes for the public, that's good. So we know how things are going across. So and these items will not be dropped also. This will not be like we'll hear next day kind of thing. So these things, if you put the time, definitely we'll hear employee organization every time. That is good. Even some of our budget thing, even if it goes to the next meeting, we still will be okay, but we'll make sure that some of these mandatory things are happening, right? So that's why I suggest a clip on, that time, and it will help actually to plan the overall how the meeting would be.
Yes. And that is although there aren't time constraints or time limits put on any item, when President and myself are planning on an agenda, we do try to capture a rough estimate of what we think each item will take, so that we can kind of plan out the duration of the meeting. Not too long, not too short.
Yeah, and it's not accurate sometimes.
Yeah.
We try, so.
All right. The next one that came up was the communication media public. This came as a question from a board member whether to relook at this. I think the protocol has worked well from the feedback, but we are starting to get on some topics where we get outside organizations that send in mass emails. They're not our parent, they're not our community. They're obviously a cut and paste. And so wanted to bring back to you as a board the discussion of how best to respond or to respond to those type of emails. So I'll turn it over if
Okay.
anybody has.
Thanks. And I'll out myself. I asked for this one. I wanted to, so there was a case earlier this year where we were getting emails that were generated from a website. It literally had a signature of the website. And so all people have to do is go there, click a button, and it generates an email. And I did a little looking of the folks. And so they're like from everywhere across the country, you know, and so it was one, I wanted to just kind of check with everyone if it's okay not to respond to those. If it's a will of the board to do it, then, you know, happy to do it. I just want to make sure I'm not talking about emails that come in, for instance, from our staff or anything like that, you know, that we should respond to. I think even if people send in an email, it's a vote that they care about this. And so I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about stuff that comes from activistmailer.com, you know, it's literally just one click. So I just want to throw that out there. But again, not going to die on the hill for this. It's sort of an efficiency thing for folks that come after me. So throw it out there. So basically, the ask is if it's clearly from some website, you know, single click email, and it's just from folks outside our community, can we just drop it? Or because right now we do have a policy of responding to every single thing, even if I guess the things that ask me to subscribe to things I don't, I go, okay, this is like, but other than that, how do people feel about that?
I'm okay. Same order.
Yeah, I
I'm
get
okay
that.
with that suggestion. Especially only thing is we have to make sure that how you differentiate is important.
Sure.
We do not want to in a bigger scheme. We should not drop something out.
Right.
But if you are very sure about it, repeated things which is coming, as you said, it's coming from a website which we can see the mail ID. I think I'm okay with that because at least the recent incident, I could see that hundreds of mails coming. We can't even read everything. It is pretty much the same thing. Right?
Well, I think the intent is to clog our mailbox. So I'm not talking about, I know sometimes we get email from groups within the district and it is copy paste, and that's okay because then at least that person's registering their opinion, even if, but I'm talking about things that literally come from a website that's just like, you know, but
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
yeah, I want to make sure. Any thoughts on this?
So I guess, yeah, my thought is in the differentiation of it.
Okay.
I think, Jerry, you've been doing a great job of replying with personalized messages. I think so I know that takes a lot of time, right? But I guess even if it's just a quick, like, thank you so much for your email, like a quick response, just a receipt of, like, a confirmation of receipt.
Got it. Okay.
That would be my feeling, because I know even with like those generated emails, there were a few that like where they added in their own, you know, little anecdote or whatever, a couple of sentences at the, and again, not to say that makes it more, but you just don't, I guess you just don't know if one of those might happen to be our community or our parent or whatever, right? We just don't know. So I guess that's my thought is if in general our protocol is every email we receive, we respond to. It doesn't mean it has to be like a super long it could just be like, thank you for your email.
Okay.
Especially if it's from a website like that. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, thanks. Long.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think we need to differentiate, say, if it's require people, a real person to actually click something to send an email, it's still, say, some effort there. Other than, say, people write a script and So that's, yeah, thousands of 10,000 emails together. So if say it's still about whether we are under say some say if there's apparently some kind of attack or automation attack, and we yeah, I think we do not want to do those, and also need to block those senders. And so yeah, but if it's really come from say real person, yeah, I think it's yeah, if it's if we can, and maybe just like Sylvia said, we can just reply very simple as thank you for your email. So that's it.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Ava, any thoughts on this?
Hi, thank you. Trustee Cho
Um,
here.
Sorry, could you pause? We can't hear you. There's clipping here.
So
The
I
input
believe we
mic.
may have to
Um,
log off and log back on.
Uh-oh, the clicking thing.
Thank you, Ava.
Okay. Okay, I'm glad it self-fixed itself. Regarding the policy or like practices in terms of responding, whether to differentiate someone is a real person, it's clicking, or there's someone that's sending on behalf of someone. I think all of these, and according to some, I think there's some communication laws here where the person actually have to do it. It's not like a person actually have to initiate it to send the email to us. And if it's a real person behind it, we have to respond it somehow. And, you know, I guess the question is how, since you're the board president, the question is how are you responding to board emails? Are you differentiating or not? And I'm not really asking that question, but like, I think it's up to the board president, whoever is electing to respond in the way that they feel comfortable responding. But I believe that every email that does come through, it does need a response because there is a person behind it and they need to be acknowledged somehow for their effort. And like whether we agree or disagree with what's being sent, at least they are showing their opinion and we need to somewhat respond. And how we differentiate in that response, I think it's up to all of us individually. So I like to continue to respond, and it's up to, as board president, respond to all of them, but it's up to you how you want to differentiate that.
Okay, thanks, Ava. Okay, so I hear the will of the board. Sounds like the desire is to continue to get a response to them. And so I will do that. I will see what technology is available to me to make it easier. But yeah, I hear the will of the board. So thank you. Thanks for that discussion. Next item then.
Next one will be slide 13, the board office hours.
Okay.
And on this one, I did want to share, when we had a previous discussion on this, we had, as a board, had determined that there would be a wait time of 30 minutes. For whatever reason, we did not add that into there, but it had been in our prior notes that that was one of the protocols that you wanted to add in, is that there would be a 30-minute wait time. If nobody joined the board office hours, then the meeting would be ended, as well as always having 2 board members attending a board office hour. So those were in our notes that we had discussed at some point, but did not make it into our document for whatever reason.
Okay, all right. So the question here is then, are folks okay with that? 2 board members and then a waiting time of 30 minutes without someone on before ending the meeting?
Yeah, I have clarification on that. Let's say only one person attended, he or she completed that question, either left or just staying there. Okay, to see that. So what is that protocol there?
That would be up to you guys to determine if you want to
So
set another.
Because what
parameter
happened
on
is
it.
unless there is a major topic, I have not seen, at least last few years, a number of people attending. Most of the cases 2 or 3 when we attend. And pretty much in 10 minutes or 12 minutes we'll be done, or 15 minutes later. So should we be continuing, because there are some people, but we are done. Beyond 30 minutes, should we go or not? So should we be, or my suggestion is to modify this one, 30 minutes as long as we are finishing in 30 minutes, this is again, I don't know how to word that, but basically what I'm trying to say is we addressed the people like, whoever had questions within that time frame and not anymore. So you don't have to wait beyond 30 minutes to get any new person. If nobody is there, there's no brainer. For one person, you want to stay till 1 hour, full entire 1 hour, or just to finish his or her question, then wait for another 15 minutes, like till 30 minutes could be a cut off something. If nobody's asking questions beyond 30 minutes, should we drop there?
Okay.
An amendment.
Okay. We'll throw it over here and thoughts or want to add on to that?
Satish, can you clarify? So like, so you're saying like if let's say just one person comes, they have an issue, we discuss it, and then we're done by like in 15 minutes.
Okay.
But then nobody else comes on,
Okay.
and then we still end at the 30-minute mark
Yes.
rather than wait the full hour.
Okay. So because with the current proposal, if nobody, 30 minutes, great. If it is not clarifying that if one person or more,
Then we stay
then
on
we
for
are,
the
yeah.
whole hour.
So
I see.
my thing is that as long as the business is done there, nobody's asking questions beyond 30 minutes. Means there's nobody, or you
see.
you don't have anyone in the line to ask questions. Shall we drop there, because we can, as per this things, you can wait till even 50th minute, somebody can ask a question, join and ask, but should we be waiting?
So I'm good with the if nobody shows up and at 30 minutes. I think it's a good point that you're bringing up, that if like, yeah, just one or two, if there's like just dead silence
Yeah.
for like even like 10 minutes and then just kind of wrap it up. I guess that's fine with me as well. With a minimum of 30 minutes, I
Yeah.
guess. But like if it goes all the way to 30, like if let's say there's like 4 people or whatever, if it goes all the way to 9:30, I guess I would be inclined to stay on a little longer just in case more people, but I don't know, like it's getting so micromanagey at this point.
Oh, so what if we say like at least 30 minutes so people know if they dial in anytime between the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour, somebody will be there. And then if there's say 10 minutes of dead time or something, after the 30 minutes, then people are off. Would that address maybe, so there's that buffer of about 10 minutes?
Well,
Okay.
so this is my understanding for, well, say the rationale for us to wait for 30 minutes. Is that say we expect the people, say if they have something to ask for the in the office hour, and they should come in within 30 minutes. I mean, say if they do not come in, say in 30 minutes, then that's their luck. Whether it depends on say whether there's other people are asking and waiting to 45 minutes, and then they can jump in say 45 minutes after. So then that's their luck. And so, but our expectation is that if they have something to ask, they better show up within 30 minutes. And if they come in after 30 minutes, and there's no guarantee. And so that means we should be able to end the meeting anytime after 30 minutes. So we do not have to say after say we finish the first person and wait for another extra 10 minutes. That's yeah, that's
Okay.
yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, all right, thanks. Ava, would you like to share your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I hope you don't mind. I raised a hand so you won't forget. So, Well, if we say we're gonna be somewhere from this time to this time, I think we should be there in retrospective, like waiting and nothing's happening because we're waiting for people to show up. I mean, I am online. I could be doing other things while, I mean, as a teacher, I don't know about you all, but there's always something to do, like grading papers, um, or planning. That during the time, especially if I'm online, I'm sitting there waiting, there's other things I can do, especially if we serve the public and we say we're gonna be there from this time and then a start time and an end time, then the public has that window to show that start and ending time. And we're trying to be more accessible. We're trying to, one of our board priorities, um, or our district priorities is to improve communication. And part of that communication is to, I believe, as a board member, to be out there and be more accessible. That some may not feel comfortable writing an email, and they feel more comfortable having a conversation, um, whether it be online. I know we haven't tried in person for a long time since the pandemic, I think. But if we're saying we're going to be there from a start time and end time so that we're respectful of each other's time and the public's time, I think we should be there the whole time. If you all want to have it to 30 minutes, then we should have say, hey, we're going to start here. It's going to be 30 minutes in there. So that's kind of where I'm at. And if you want to, if we're going to have that. If you all wanted to modify and have our board office hours instead of having an hour interval, then a 30-minute interval. I think that's where y'all are thinking, but I wouldn't say, hey, we're going to be there for an hour and cut short 30 minutes later because we told the public that we're going to have certain times.
So, and if I may add, so the language from the notes that was discussed at the last time this was brought up was if nobody attends the meeting within the first 30 minutes, then the meeting would end. So if people did join, then it would continue on for the time. So I think the intent was if you meeting starts at 4 and you're there till 4:30 and nobody has logged on, then the meeting would end. Again, I think the notification to the public would be because it's on our protocols. And right now it's not written up there on our protocols. It was omitted for, I think as we were in transition, it just didn't get captured there. So that is the current practice based on what we believed our protocol was.
Okay.
We have, I don't know, you made a comment.
I haven't. I was just gonna say, I think just in the interest of converging on something. So I think we have different perspectives here. Is are folks okay with the current language? And does anybody, so if you like to see something different than the current language, if you could propose that, and then that way we can discuss that. Otherwise,
What is our current language?
So
Superintendent
the
Young.
current language is if nobody attends the meeting, nobody joins the meeting for the first 30 minutes, the meeting is concluded.
Okay.
Okay. So are
So
there?
I'm okay with that, but at the same time, one other option I'm thinking is, I think combining multiple inputs here is to make it half an hour kind of thing. So everybody will be there in the half an hour if at all. And we will go 1 hour, prepare ourselves. If there are 20 people waiting, definitely we will not drop after 4:30. We won't throw anybody out at 4:30. But at least one of the points which long short, if somebody wants to talk, they'll be in the first 30 minutes. Otherwise, they will not be there. One other thought, if you make it, that is like, let's say 4 o'clock, we are selling 4 to 4:30 kind of half an hour if we can play. So if there are people, definitely, at least internally, we should plan to go up till 1 hour, maybe. Again, I don't know how you put it in the language, but otherwise, I'm okay to the current thing.
And also just as a reminder, this was brought up by a board member because for the last typically 2 years, we've had 0 to perhaps 2 people joining board office hours.
Okay.
I mean, my general, like, I agree with Ava in terms of if we say we're gonna be there an hour, I'd like for us to commit to an hour because there are people that sometimes are like, oh, it's from 9 to 10, so I can like, I've got something from whatever, so I can come in the last 15 minutes. I understand like it can be hard, because, we all have things that we're doing as well. I wonder if maybe we keep it to, like, I guess I'm hesitant to reduce it to half an hour because it feels like that's such a small amount of time for that we're asking people to, if you want to come speak to us, you have to cram into this 30-minute window. So I'd like to, in principle, keep it the 1 hour. I wonder if we can revisit the times that we're offering it. I know before when we did the morning time, it was easier because there were a couple of us on the board that had more flexibility in the mornings. I don't know if that's the case anymore. And maybe it is better if we do more in the evening or like late afternoon or like evening to make it more flexible for the community.
If I can suggest, the current language that's on here seems to be reflecting what the majority of you were saying. It doesn't give any time constraints. You're offering evenings or mornings, the flexibility of that. Two members are on there.
What is
So
the
you-
current language right now?
Sorry, Ava, could
Current
you
language.
repeat again? You said what's the language right now?
Yeah. Stacy, can you read what's current language? Because I don't see it typed out anywhere. Or are you saying what's on the slides is the current
I'm
language?
saying what's on the slide, if you maintain that language,
Okay, so are we,
with no addition of the time.
right?
Okay. Jerry, can I make a comment?
Please go ahead, Ava.
Okay. Uh, I would like to keep it an hour. I mean, as a teacher, if I have office hours and kids come in for tutoring help and I say I'm going to be there from start time to end time, the kids expect that I'm going to be there from start time to end time. So it'd be unfair for the kids to show up at, if we start at 00 and it goes to the next hour, if kids show up at 45 minutes after it, and then doors close, that'd be unfair for the kids because the expectation is that I would be there as a teacher. And even more so as a public servant, as a school board member, whatever times that we say that we're gonna be there. I think I'd rather have a longer chunk of time, like an hour. Quarterly, like we currently have, being there for the people. And of course, if people want to meet up more often, they could email and ask to meet with us. That's always open for us to do. Probably revisiting, like, I know that we're having like 4:15 in the afternoon, maybe look at um, you know, different times that might work rather than set time like at 9 in the morning and 4 o'clock. Maybe that can bring more, or even have, I would move that around maybe. But if we are trying to improve communications with the community, um, I think it's kind of like our word saying we're going to be there this time, that we should be there, even if nobody shows up. Thanks.
And I think staff could address that when we send out the signups for the board office hours. We can adjust and modify and have different morning times and different evening times, so they're not always the 9 to 10 and the 4 to 5, I believe. It does have an impact on staff, so we'll want to look at our calendars to make sure that we can get those scheduled as well.
All right. So what I'm hearing here then is we keep this language, we remove, I do agree, I think the point that Ava and Sylvia are making, which is if you walk halfway into a movie, you kind of expect the movie to be still showing. And so I do appreciate that. I think for me, what happens is, and this is totally fine, but sometimes people log in and they don't have a question, but they're on there. And then it's sort of a little bit awkward. There's sort of an awkwardness. I wouldn't be there if we're doing this in person, but I do understand and support the desire for making ourselves available. So I'd be good. So it sounds like what we want to do is remove that language that says after 30 minutes idleness, we'll be gone. We'll be there the entire time we say we'll be there. Is that what I'm kind of hearing? And then it sounds like the desire is to keep it an hour because half hour is too short a window. I'm kind of getting
I
that.
think we've captured that.
Okay.
I go with the majority, but I don't agree that, but I just want to
Okay.
make sure.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
time check, we are about 10 minutes over our allotted time. What I might recommend is we spend about 10 more minutes on this. If we are not able to complete, I would recommend that at our first board meeting, I can set this up as a study session prior to the general board meeting and give us more time. We'll be able to bring back some and reflect some of these changes already in the board protocols. It doesn't affect, we still have the school assignments, which you know what your school assignments are, and the committees. But if we could switch maybe to slide 18 very quickly.
Are we going to talk about the committees at all, or are we just skipping those?
I
altogether?
would like to be able to touch on them. So if we could
Okay.
maybe quickly get through slide 18
And then go back.
and then we'll go
committees.
back. Yeah, so I'm kind of flipping around.
Got it. Okay, thank
My
you.
mood's flipping me around on the
Right.
slides. So slide 18 is the board goals. And this was a comment question that had come up, I believe, in January. As a board, we have district priorities. We are all evaluated. Is there an interest in the district as a board members to set your own board goals? And then that would be something then that I guess, for lack of a better word, you're held accountable for just as everybody else is. So we'd have some metrics that you would be able to reach. So is there an interest in that? And if there is, what I would recommend again is that we come back and I can do a workshop on setting up those goals as board members for the next school year.
No, I would like to see that how we are going to or the measure it. That's another thing. If it is, and it is for just for self-measurement or assessment, that'll be good. It is not for assessing a person's ability or what they're doing. Because end of the day, as board member, we know what we are supposed to be doing, and we should be doing that. I presume. So there is a minimum set of things we should be maintaining, each of us. That level of responsibility, commitment, understanding we should have. But anything specific like which you want to be trying out this year or things, so that's what we maybe that's over and above what your kind of things, rather than having or five of us have a generic 5 goal. It won't make any sense, I guess.
And the intent would be that it's a board as a whole, and they would also be aligned to our district priorities, so that everything again would continue to move the board forward. We actually have a board policy that calls out a board evaluation. So, as we're shifting and being in compliance, we do need to keep that in mind as well.
Okay, thank you. Sylvia?
I would love to do this. I think it's a great idea, just from a governance point of view, to make sure that we're doing our own evaluation on our own effectiveness. I would suggest, and of course, staff can come back with different ideas, but I know that there are different workshops like that CSBA does, and things like that, that there's some different resources for us to use.
Thanks, Long.
Okay. Yeah, I have a question. Say, do we know, say, other districts doing this? Do we have some examples?
Yes, typically most districts do set goals at the board level or an evaluation of the board.
Okay, so that's a self-evaluation, right? But
Typically, but that could be part of developing out the goal. What is the metric going to be used to evaluate the success of the goals or the accomplishment of the goals?
Okay.
Again, it's not an individualized board member, it's a board as a whole.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know. Say, when I participate the CSBA training, and they mentioned it's a good practice to have a self-evaluation for the board, and yeah, it should be a good idea. And yeah, I just yeah, we need to make sure, say, we set up some realistic goals, and the board can be actively working on. And so at this point, I do not have that say too much experience on setting those goals yet. But it could be an interesting idea, though.
Thanks. Ava, please go ahead.
Yeah, Trustee Chow here. I agree of having board goals. I think it's an opportunity for all of us to be working together more for our district, and helps remind us of our position to serve the public. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And as for me, I certainly very much support this. I think in addition to everything that's been said here, I think having these explicit goals also helps to communicate to the community what our priorities are and our actions and all that. So guess this one will set up something August, September
Yes.
timeframe. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Then if we could go back to slide 5. Committee review. I know we did this in January briefly as a new board member joined us. So currently we have board committees and superintendent committees. We have everyone is signed up for them with one exception, and I'll talk to that in a minute on the superintendent committee. But for board committees, our budget committee meets 4 times a year, September, December, February, and May. Our Cupertino 2x2x2 meets twice a year, a fall and a spring. Our Los Altos meets twice a year, fall and spring. Saratoga meets once, typically late fall. Our Sunnyvale is our newest one with the most 2s, the 2x2x2x2. So it's actually with Sunnyvale, Fremont, the city of Sunnyvale, and ourselves. The expectation is we'll meet twice. We had our first meeting this spring. We'll have 2 next year, fall and spring. And then the CUSD, FUHSD, and SSD board, that is just the current board president, so as needed. Under the superintendent committees, our facility planning committee, we just held our first meeting. That will become very important as we talk about an item on a future topic as our Measure Z and the implication and the role that committee plays. Jerry and Satish had signed up for that one. Our POL think tank is the one that at times we had called it our technology committee. We really would like to align it with our Portrait of a Learner and think the Portrait of a Learner think tank, and that will be designated to begin next school year. In January, Jerry had indicated interest in it. Nobody else at that time from our notes captured. Someone expressed interest, and our wellness, we have 2 board members. So these are all active committees. I know we've done some switching over the year. It is nice to have some consistent membership in the committees, but it's also nice to give different opportunities for board members as well. So I will open that up if there's any discussion, maybe primarily too, if anyone's interested in serving on the POL.
Yeah. Okay.
Those would typically be late afternoon meetings, I believe.
Yeah, so maybe I would ask the folks for maybe think about 3 things. One is there something you're not on that you'd like to be on? We can talk about changing. Certainly the think tank one, if anybody's interested. And then if there's something else on here that's not on here that you think we should consider starting either a new superintendent or board committee for. So with that, open the floor. But if no one has anything, Satish.
No, I don't have anything.
Maybe you can add me to the think tank.
So the concept of the Portrait of a Learner think tank really is to continue our journey with the Portrait of a Learner, to have members from our community that are serving on it, either from our tech companies or other businesses, so that they can begin to work with us on our competencies and planning for what's going to happen to us in the future. So it really is a way to bring our community in. We moved away from it just being technology because the structure of technology, I think our IT department has an excellent handle on. It's more about what do we do with, even if it's AI or the Portrait of a Learner. So it will kind of evolve as the committee meets, but that's the kind of the foundational purpose of it.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe you can administrate it. I'll see whether my time works. Yeah.
Yeah, he said to add him.
Oh,
You add
okay.
me and
Okay. Sonia, did you have things you like or want to change or?
I'm fine with the assignments. Currently, I feel like I just joined the Cupertino one. And we only had 1 meeting, so it'd be nice to at least go through a full year in that one before changing. I've enjoyed being a part of the wellness committee. I've learned a lot in that one. Again, it's only been half a year, and so I think I'd like to just at least for consistency's sake, stay for the full year. I did have some thoughts about the facilities committee, and I'm wondering if we can, especially with the bond project going on, if I don't know how often that committee meets, if we can maybe formalize the committee report backs back to us as a board, kind of similar to the enrollment task force, how every time they have a meeting, then there's a presentation back to the board. I'd like for there to be a little bit more, back and forth, and an opportunity for us as a board to share with you guys, the 2, designated board members, kind of Yeah, so I'm wondering if we can do something like that with that particular committee, at least through this bond
That's a good idea.
project.
Yeah, I like that idea. That's a good idea. Law, is anything, I know you're a volunteer for one, anything else you want to comment on here?
Well, yeah, I think it's, I'll say, yeah, to go through the whole year and see how it works. Yeah.
Okay, all right, sounds
And I
good.
just went to the Los Altos.
Okay, and then Ava, please go ahead.
Thanks, Jerry. Trustee Chow here. I like to say where I'm at. I do like hearing back from our enrollment committee, which is another committee that we have. So it would be good to hear what the conversations, I believe, the facilities committee met yesterday or this past week. And
No, they haven't met since the end of April.
no, that was in April. Okay, so I don't even know what happened at that meeting in April. I think, I'm sorry, I was confusing it with the JPL meeting that happened yesterday. But it would be good to hear back, whatever happened at the facilities meeting at the next upcoming board meeting, from the two representatives, so that we are all on the same page of what is going on.
Hmm.
So that our communication could be solid, because it worked really well with the enrollment committee. Like, they would meet, and shortly after we would have a report back. So I like to make that ask, to follow the same procedures that we've been doing with the enrollment committee, in terms of updating the board, similar to what we are doing in the budget advisory. I appreciate Superintendent Yao and working with the staff to have our budget advisory committees meet, and then we would be able to report back to the next board meeting what happened with the budget advisory meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so sounds like what I'm getting, the action items out of this is Long's joining the think tank committee, and then we're gonna sort of adopt the practices with budget and enrollment to formalize and have more regular report outs back to the board from the facilities committee then.
Sounds good. And we'll touch a little bit more on the facility planning committee when we talk about the project at our general board meeting tonight.
Okay, all right.
Great. Right, one last slide, if you can flip to the next slide. And that's just a reminder of your school assignments. And so I know some of you may now be starting to experience having the same schools again because of your duration on the board, which is always great. You get to revisit some of those schools from your early years. So that will be a place for next year.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And that concludes our protocol discussion,
All right,
to be continued in August.
thank you. Okay, so section 2 then is
All right, so moving on to our session 2, we'll let go. Our board policy updates, and before I turn it over to Aaron, just another quick reminder, this has been that process. Staff has actually been reviewing these policies for about the last 12 months. And so what you're seeing today is the policies that CSBA has released the last quarter since March. There are 26 of them. Everything that you're seeing is redlined. And when they're redlined, that means they are the suggestions from CSBA. Anytime that staff is recommending a change to these policies that are outside of what CSBA has vetted and recommended, they would be color coded in a different color so that it would be highlighted for you. But again, today, what our recommendation ask is that we consider all of these policies. There is a lot. We've tried to capture the highlights of them. Some of them are minor, some of them are a little bit more intensive, some of them are mandated, some of them that are optional. But our belief is we still want to adopt all of those board policies so that we have the full gamut of them. And so I'm going to turn it over to Aaron.
All right, let's get started. So as Superintendent Yao mentioned, we will be reviewing 26 different board policies from March. And before we dive into them, I just wanted to take a minute to make sure we're all set on the different definitions of policies. When the term policy is used, it's really inclusive of all of the following terms: board policies, ARs, exhibits, and board bylaws. So in short, board policies or BPs articulate policy direction of a district. Administrative regulations or ARs, they provide the necessary details of implementing those board policies. So really the operational effects of the big picture that the board policies provide. Or exhibits are those tools that just further implement the AR and the BP. So those things could include forms or documentation or other notices. And then finally, we have the board bylaws, which those are short for BBs, and those are specific to the procedures that the governing board itself must follow. All of the policies do fall under a numbering system. So in the zeros, we have philosophy, goals, objectives, and comprehensive plans. The 1000s relate to community relations, 2000s administration, 3000s business and non-instructional operations, 4000 personnel, 5000 students, 6,000 instruction, 7,000 facilities, and 9,000 are the board bylaws. So in total, there are more than 800 sample CSBA policy documents, and there are 500 plus code numbers in the sample policy provided by CSBA. Most of these are board policies. However, there are some that are administrative regulations. This is a slide that we have reviewed previously in the past a couple of times. Just a reminder that the California School Boards Association, or CSBA for short, their policies are developed by legal and education experts who ensure they comply with current state and federal laws, educational standards, and best practices. CSB provides districts with updated board policies based on any changes or new laws that may be introduced. And as we've mentioned before, it is really in the best interests of the district, board, and staff to accept the policies as provided by CSBA with nominal modifications. And this really helps to minimize legal risk as the policies are crafted to withstand legal scrutiny and ensure the district remains in compliance. Additionally, this creates consistency across districts throughout the state of California. I had shared this previously, the CSBA vetting process when we were doing our global adoption a few months ago. And they do take a couple of different thorough steps in the process of creating the updated policies. So the first one is they review any legislative and different state and federal laws, court rulings, or regulatory guidance, and then determine then step 2 is they do a policy analysis and determine how those legislative and legal reviews impact any policies that they have in their manual. Their team develops new policies based on statutory language and legal interpretations. The third step is they conduct an internal and legal review. So CSBA's policy and legal teams review the draft policies to ensure clarity, compliance, and alignment with government best practices. And then finally, they go through an approval process by CSBA leadership, and they're publicized for districts such as ourselves to attend the webinar and review with their own legal team the updates that they are providing quarterly to districts. So here is our CSB March 2025 update list. There are 26 different policies. As you can see, that there are a couple of mandate policies which are indicated in red, and there are two conditional mandate policies which are in pink. The difference between a mandate and a conditional mandate is that a mandate policy is required by law, so it's directly imposed by state or federal law that the local LEA must have that policy. Then conditional mandate relates to policies that are required if the district meets certain conditions or participates in a specific program. So what we did this time was actually organize the policies by topic. So our first topic is mobile communication devices and smartphones in school. The first one is one of the mandated policies, and it relates to students and their ability to have and or use smartphones or other technology devices while at school. So there are two different options. Our first option that we have is that the devices are allowed on campus, but they need to be remained off and put away unless approved by school staff or personnel. This is actually already part of our opening day packet and technology use agreement for students. Our middle school students do sign off on a student-friendly version. And then for elementary students, it is signed off by their parents. The second policy reflects this new information from Law AB 3216, and it also expands the list of prohibited student conduct to include conduct that is prohibited by law related to suspension and expulsion. And I don't know if you'd like to pause after each topic, or if you would like me to go through all of the topics.
Maybe we could just check with the board since there are so many different ones for each of these. So just real quick, if Satish, if anything on that one or
Nothing.
pass? No, okay. So yeah.
Just remind me, like, so with the policies, once we approve them, then it goes to the staff for creating new AR, right?
Correct. So the board policy allows us to then begin work on the administrative regulation.
Okay, and so in terms of like how it'll be enforced and all of those things, that's in the AR versus in the policy itself?
Correct. The board policies are really that overall big picture that relate back to the state and or federal laws. And then the ARs are operational. So it outlines the steps and information staff needs to do in order to implement the BP.
For me, I think it would just be, I would like to, once it's passed and once the AR is developed, I would love to be able to just know what the AR is. I know board does not approve AR, but for it to maybe come in a Friday memo, just so we can be aware of how the changes might be as we're talking to community members, that kind of stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
So long.
Okay, yeah, but my understanding is that there's can be two kind of BPs, and one is that say the standard from CSBA, and the other one are could be modified by us, which is specific to CUSD. Do we have any anything that is specific to CUSD? Any such policies?
The details that are specific to CUSD would come in the format of an AR.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So we do not have any BP that that's different from the CSBA.
After going through the global adoption process, we went sure and we made sure we were in 100% compliance with all of the board policies that were required. And so we have a complete manual that is all up to date. So there's no variance in board policies.
Yeah, I mean, say there's say if there's a board policy and we have that a standard board policy, but we might say have something specific to like we add some extra language.
Yes.
To
as a board, you may decide.
Do we or I'm asking, say, do we already have a such kind of board policies?
We don't have any board policies like that are outside the numbers of the CSBA, but we may have policies that have additional information than the sample CSBA policy. But when we went through the global adoption, we made sure to go through every single board policy and to make sure it was number one, up to date. And so a lot of our policies were at different points of being up to date. So this allowed us to make all of them up to date. And with that, there were some details that were specific to perhaps CUSD that related to more of, would have been more appropriate in an AR or an exhibit. For example, like it called out specific tooling. We wouldn't want to put in specific tooling items in a board policy because that's really the operational effects of the policy. So for example, like, we use Facilitron to rent out our facilities. Instead of calling out Facilitron by name in the board policy, we would put that in the AR or even in an exhibit.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Ava, please go ahead.
Thanks, Jerry. Trustee Chow here. Is this, I believe these 26 is our first reading of is this the first reading of the proposed changes from CSBA?
Yes, this is the first read.
Okay. And I'm assuming how we do things when we vote on things, we approve it on the second time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So thank you for clarifying that process. I also like to see the AR that goes with it. For example, sometimes policy like access to district records, whether or not we charge people or not for PRAs, it was relegated to the ARs. So it'll be good to see for us to know how our district is operating so that we can better inform ourselves and the public, especially since sometimes the public does ask us these questions. So I do understand the AR is the nitty gritty and what the staff is to do, but it'd be good for us to see what the updated AR would be or the new AR if we haven't had one in the past. In terms, are we taking questions specifically regarding the language of these, Jerry, or we're just going through the overview?
I think the ones that we've looked at so far. So, yeah. So, yeah, any questions, fine, within this topic. We'll hit each of the topics one by one
Okay.
later.
Yeah. So regarding this one on mobile communication on board policy 5131, I looked up the language that we have and it's what it says, but what if students were to use it in the classroom by the guidance of the teacher?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
For board policy 5131.8, mobile communication devices, it says the student was not to turn on their devices. What if the students were to use it within the classroom under the guide of the teacher to use it for projects, for instance, like taking photos of their science experiment for their report?
I believe the first bullet would address that it is allowable if it's under the supervision of the district staff. So if it was being used for a class, a class project or for some other class assignment, then it is allowed.
And if it's not allowed, then the consequences would be in the AR?
So the consequences would be part of the discipline policies that each school has.
Okay.
It would not necessarily be called out specifically under the AR. It would be under discipline.
It'll be under discipline. Okay. Thank you.
Did you have other questions, Seva, or?
The conduct, it says student conduct prohibited by law. So that would, well, wouldn't board policy, the reason I asked about the consequences because board policy 5131 made it so that you had to be explicit about that, of what the consequences would be. Am I incorrect on that?
No, it's directly expanding what's called out in legal as to what are those different areas of conduct that are prohibited.
Okay. Right, thank you. That's the questions.
Okay, thanks, Ava. For me, I don't have any questions on this section. I did have a more general question, which is, so, we have the mandated ones, conditional, mandated. Now, the optional ones, or the ones that are in black, are we adopting everything that CSBA has in its catalog, or are we selecting some set of those? I'm wondering how are we deciding which ones in black we're adopting?
With the global updates, any board policy that related to a K-8 school district, you all did adopt.
Okay, so that's all coming up. Great. All right, thank you. All right, I don't have anything, so we could go on.
Okay. The next topic is immigration. So this is the district's response to immigration enforcement. This reflects the new Attorney General's updated model policy language. No student shall be denied equal rights and opportunities nor subjected to unlawful discrimination, harassment, intimidation, or bullying on basis of immigration status. That is not new. That's a statement we have already had. Notification to parents and guardians regarding a children's right to free and public education. Again, this is not new, something that we've had. Staff shall receive training regarding immigration issues, including information on responding to immigration-related requests for documents, access to school site, or students. We did provide training to all of our managers earlier this spring, as well as they took back we had also trained our front office secretary staff on the response, and principals were provided with information to then go train their school staff in terms of how to respond should immigration enforcement come onto campus. What is one of the new items is that staff shall not solicit or collect information or documents regarding students or families' immigration status. We do not do that. What the policy does call out is that no lists may be created or made, and that the superintendent or designee shall report to the board any requests for information or access to schools by law enforcement for purpose of enforcing immigration laws. So these, again, were minor changes to what we had already had in our board policy.
Okay, Satish.
Yeah, so is this a training for the staff? Is it like when is it being given? It's part of the PD, or it's a separate thing? It's a mandatory training
Yes, and we completed that this spring.
for entire staff?
Yes.
So this is done yearly once kind of thing now, or
On an annual basis.
Okay.
Thanks, Sylvia.
I'm really glad that we're updating this. I think, unfortunately, I showed up at one of the Sunnyvale district,
Oh. Wow.
that one of the families from our neighboring district was affected. And so I do think it's really important that we're doing this. I think what's similar with the mobile one, I just want to be able to see what the ARs are afterwards, even though, again, knowing that we don't approve them, I just want to be aware of what they are.
And I do just want to provide a point of clarification also for our community. All of our board policies and ARs and exhibits and the BBs are all online.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. It would just be good to know from a board point of view, like once it is updated so that we know what the newest one is.
Mm-hmm.
Especially as we might want to send out some communication to our own community, or reassurances or things like that things are happening. So I think that's it.
Thanks, Long.
Hey, no question. Thank you.
Okay, Ava, please go ahead.
Thank you, Darren. Procedural here. And I just want to verify, because I think I had the same question as Satish. Like, I did hear that our managers have been trained, and I do appreciate that we are going over this, even though it's a mandate, because the Immigration Customs Enforcement officials have been showing up in our county. So here our managers have been trained, but have they trained not only just the teachers, but all the staff on what to do if they were to come up on campus so that our students are protected.
The managers did have a deadline before the end of the school year to complete the training that was provided to staff.
Thank you. That's my only question. Thanks.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I support this. No questions. Thank you.
Moving on to the next topic, student and staff records. These were also impacted by the updates to BP 5145.13, which was the response to immigration enforcement. There were some minor updates to access to district records. Information related to the copying of a public record was moved to the related AR. For district records BP 3580. This focused heavily on any type of cybersecurity breach and or cybersecurity protection, which, as you know, for the past several years has been a keen focus of our IT department. And then finally, BP 5125, student records. Again, this reflects the new law, AB 801, which allows parents to request the deletion of certain unprotected student information held by any third party after 60 days of disenrollment. It also includes that revised guidance from the California Attorney General in response to immigration enforcement. And also speaks to a couple of different points in terms of cybersecurity response and the need to report cybersecurity attacks, and then also establish processes and procedures to safeguard our data, which again, for the past several years, has been a keen focus of our district.
Yeah, thanks. Satish.
Yeah, so what in this 5125, what is the third party actually? So I think the first bullet, what it means is once they move out of the district, they can request to delete some of the information from the third party, which we shared with the third party, or what is it?
Yes, that would be any type of service or software we use. Oftentimes, we already have that written into our agreement with the third party. And in fact, what we give the third party is very nominal data to begin with.
Yeah.
Okay, Sylvia.
No questions.
Okay, Long.
Yeah, it's still similar to Satish's question, and say for those information we shared with third party, say if the student didn't disenroll, still stays with us, do we say clear it out periodically, or we hold it indefinitely?
So student CUMs, regular records, so for third-party systems, for anything that's going out, if we terminate an agreement with them, any student data that's related, that's PII, that's stuff that's related to the CUM, anything that's directly to the student, has to be cleared out of that system fully. If we continue with them ongoing and they're active students, they'll continue with that data. Where it gets gray and why it's difficult to really answer this question is when you look at things like our data analytics system, where you want trends over years and years and years, you don't want to necessarily delete the records of the students that left you because you want to use that data so you can have and build those trends. So it becomes like one of those areas that there hasn't been really clear guidelines on exactly what you're supposed to do with that data because the district is still in a sense using the data. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of a area that's a little hesitant. People haven't really committed to purging it because it can negatively impact what the use that you would have as a district.
Okay, I see. So some of the data we may need it to build a trend for the students, and so it will stay with the third party. Say if the
As long as we still have a relationship with the company, yes.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So, but in this case, say if someone is leaving CUSD, and then they can require to request to delete the record, right?
Yeah, so something like a student's Google account, we
Okay.
do delete those and we get rid of everything related to the student's work. That goes away after a certain time.
Okay.
Something related to their assessments
Mhm.
and information, again, we don't currently have a practice to purge that data after a certain time.
Mhm.
If they request to delete the data, we can definitely make it anonymous. We can change values where it's just a student ID and the name can be changed. We already have some of that ability right now if we get those requests. So if we get the request, we can do those kind of things. And again, that's the one area when it's something related to where you need those trends and backdate of history. That's the one area that we don't typically modify unless we get some kind of request, which we haven't really received anything on like that in the past.
Okay, I see. So, say if a student left our district and require a deletion, and then later the student come back, and then we lost those information, right? Comparing to other students.
That's a good question. So, for example, I'll use Google Drive because that's a big piece that's become part of the students' curriculum in their use classroom and Drive. Our practice is if they're, let's say, for example, a third grader that left, we'll hold on to the data for until we hit what would be ninth grade.
Yeah.
So now they officially, there's no chance of them coming back. We don't need that data anymore. We delete it. But yes, it's true. We have a lot of students that do leave and come back in the next year. So ideally, and for best practices, we like to hold that data in case the student does come back.
Okay. All right. So, but this is by law, say if they left, say in third grade left, and then they can request to delete that.
If they request to delete, we'll delete the data.
Okay, I see. But if they come back at the fifth grade and
They'll start fresh
they
then.
start fresh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Once the deleted data is deleted after, I think it's 30 days, then it's out of the environment.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Ava, please go ahead.
Thank you, Jerry. Trustee Chung here. Just some reassurance. Are we prepared for cyber attacks? Whether it comes from like another country.
This is on her slide.
Anywhere.
Ava, I think we're
Yes.
having difficulty hearing you, but I think it might be on your side this time. Would you mind disconnecting your audio and reconnecting it?
How's that now? How is that now?
It's
Not much better.
Yeah, just a little bit. Well, why don't you go ahead and see if we can make you out? It's, yeah.
Oh, are we prepared for cyber attacks, whether it be domestic or international?
So yes, we do our best. It's impossible to say we're fully prepared. And the more we try to address the risk, the more expensive it gets. But what we do is put in systems that are more stringent. Really, anything coming from the outside of the states, we tend to have things a little bit more aggressive in blocking. With the ability to allow them once we know a situation is okay. So we do that by default, and Google also has built-in features for us for the environment to kind of do those kind of things. So we do it by default, but ultimately the threats also come in through proxies and other ways within the states themselves. So we ultimately try to protect. So we don't really trust anyone unless we feel like it's in compliance to what we think should be trusted.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ava. I don't have any questions on this. So we can continue.
I look forward to next.
Okay. Our next topic is operations. So there were 4 board policies under the topic of operations. The first one is a mandated policy, 3111, which relates to bids, incorporates materials on awarding contracts, protests by bidders, and insurances when bids are not required. And it also clarifies bidding procedures are required to be established in accordance with and met requirements for bidding procedures specified in law. The second one is uniform public construction cost accounting procedures, and this adds language related to the authorization for when a board, after bids are rejected, to declare that the project can be performed more economically by district employees. The third one is conditionally mandated, and it does reflect a new law, SB 1303, which requires private labor compliance entities to submit signed declaration verifying that it does not have a conflict of interest. And then it also adds some language that execute contracts for the purchase of goods and services. And then finally, we have board policy 3516.5, which relates to emergency schedules. And this adds health condition as a reason to close a school or change a school day. And then adds some different requirements in terms of when and the response to if a school closure would be necessary from a emergency condition.
Okay.
I don't have anything, just.
Okay, Sylvia.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, well,
No question. Thank you.
okay, Ava, please go ahead. Didn't hear you, Ava. You went back on mute. Did you have any comments on this section?
Said I didn't have any questions.
I think she's gonna have to reconnect.
Okay, so Mahmood's suggesting maybe you reconnect. I didn't really hear that, so thank you. I guess I have a question on this boring one. Everyone passed on. The VP 3311, the bids. There are 6 conditions listed for when the district wouldn't have to go with the lowest bidder. So on the document, I think it's on top of 50 or 51. There on item number 6 is basically talks about alternative design build projects. So I'm wondering if we know what that is. I wasn't able to infer what, so basic, yeah, so very specific, and we can kind of get, I'm not gonna hold up, adopting this, but I was kind of curious. It had 2 conditions: design build projects in excess of 1 million, and then what I call alternative design build projects in excess of 5 million. The district's able to move forward with, best value as opposed to lowest bid. I'm just curious what that was. It wasn't clear to me from the CSBA note.
Provide a real quick brief on
Okay,
understanding.
thank you.
So referring to design build projects,
Mhm.
that's a delivery method you've heard us talk about. For those projects that have those high dollar values,
Right,
those types of projects aren't always awarded based off of price.
right,
They're based upon best value. Right. For those types of projects, you're actually negotiating with the general contractor over better terms,
Mhm.
not necessarily price. You're looking for the best quality. So that is the one example where it's not based off of the low responsible bidder. You're wanting someone who meets the district's qualification requirements.
Right. Right. Okay. And I just curious. So thanks for that. That helps. Then what's an alternative design build project? I think they had 2 different thresholds in there: 1 million for design build, 5 million for alternative design build. Just curious if we could.
Larger dollar amounts obviously are more complex, bigger projects.
Mhm.
So that's mainly the difference. With a larger project, you have more room to negotiate, but it doesn't,
Okay.
it's not going to come down to cost, it's not going to come down to the price.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thanks, Aaron.
Are we ready to move on to the next topic?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
I know, Eva,
I'm sorry.
Eva did not share.
Oh, no, Ava did.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. And she said no. So, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll come back if. Okay.
All right. The next topic is employment. So there are actually 6 updated board policies, but 4151, 4251, 4351. So the 41,000s relate to one of the union members, the second and the third. So all of the policy updates are the same across all of them. It's just relating to our different union membership. So the first one relates to a new form that is required, Form J90 for certificating classified staff that has to be submitted to the California Department of Education. It deletes materials related to employee compensation during extended closures or disruption, which was COVID-19 specific and thus outdated. It corrects inaccuracy regarding overtime pay rate, and it adds language regarding pay rate for classified employees where they are required to work on a holiday designated by law or board. And then 4158, 4258, and 4358 relate to employee security. It reflects the change in provisions from labor code to government code. And it also includes materials which authorize collective bargaining unit representatives to seek a TRO, which is a temporary restraining order, on behalf of staff subjected to harassment, violence, or credible threat
So
of violence.
Tisha, a quick question in general about this is, don't we have this like, for example, overtime pay rate or holiday working, and it's already should be there, all these things, right, in place?
It is, it's just a clarification of the language, the way it was written in previous policy.
Okay, so pretty much nothing we are missing in
No, I think the highlight is it's a new form for the J90 that's
Yeah.
already in place, but it's a new form that they created.
Okay.
My understanding.
Okay. Thanks, Sylvia.
No questions.
Okay, thanks, Dalal.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Ava, please go ahead. Um, Ava, you're on mute.
I only heard bits of you all.
It's pretty distorted. It sounded like you said something.
Okay.
I could barely hear all the words that you have said.
You're not hearing it either.
It's same thing.
So does she need to log off and log back on, or is that
That's what I've been doing.
not going to
Now I
solve
can
the
hear
problem?
you.
Sounds like it's a problem on the Zoom end.
Yeah, they've been having connection issues. Ava, maybe, I don't know, maybe take a 1 minute break for her to disconnect fully.
Sure.
and come back.
Sure, let's do that then. We'll just, break for a minute. Okay, we'll break for a minute, Ava, if you can hear us. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and continue then. Get back this slide deck and so, okay, Ava, so please go ahead with your questions and comments on this section.
Did we already go through the others? Because I didn't think I heard the other people go.
Yeah, I think there weren't questions on this one.
I don't have any questions either. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, of course, okay, and I'm good
Okay,
too. So let's
moving
go
on to
please.
the next topic, which is student health. There were 3 board policies that were updated. BP 5131.6, which relates to alcohol and other drugs. It lists that we annually inform parents and guardians of the dangers associated with synthetic drugs that are prescribed by a physician. We already complete this task in our opening day packet to families. It also reflects Law AB 2711, which prohibits suspension of students who voluntarily disclose the use of a tobacco product, controlled substance, alcohol, or intoxicant of any kind in order to seek help through services or supports. And it also reflects new laws, SB 997 and AB 2998, which prohibits districts from preventing certain students from carrying fentanyl test strips. BP 5141.5 relates to mental health. This is conditionally mandated. It reflects the new law SB 153, which indicates that by 2029, districts are to certify to California Department of Education regarding youth behavioral training for classified staff, and also adopt policy, which would be this policy, on referral protocols for addressing student behavioral health concerns. It also reflects the requirement to provide at least 1 hour of training annually to middle school certificated staff in order to support the LGBTQ plus culture. And then finally, BP 5141.52, suicide prevention, which is mandated. It reflects the new law SB 1318, which requires suicide prevention strategies to include student instruction on help-seeking strategies and resources. And then it also expands the crisis intervention team tasks to include posting of suicide prevention policy protocols and resources on the district website, which we do already meet that requirement.
Great, thank you. Satish?
Yeah, so I have a couple of questions here. So the first one, is it the first day package it will be sent? 5131.6, like annual informs parents, guardians to dangers of suicide.
Yes.
Okay, so, and they have to sign or anything, or it will be just a send it? It'll be a one way?
It's a few paragraphs about the dangers and includes also links to resources regarding more information about it.
Okay. The second portion is the trainings are held for the staff in the beginning of the year, or how is that? It's part of the PD or separately? The mental health related stuff.
It depends. Some of our trainings are at the start of the year through our Keenan. Other times it's provided by our own staff or professional development providers that come in on the topic.
Okay. The last one, so this is like, I presume this is for the students, right? So as part of what program this will be, this suicide prevention and things that will be added actually in what type of curriculum this will be added? Where do we implement this?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, this is the last one, the suicide prevention. It says that it'll be the strategies and stuff like that we include student instruction. Where is it being added actually? I think it should be a lesson.
At this time, there's not a separate curriculum on suicide prevention, but we have materials, posters, and different things available for students around how to access help as part of just the general school environment, as well as, referral processes for students that are exhibiting concerning behaviors.
Yeah, but this says that this requires the prevention strategies to include student instruction.
Yes, I think this policy was recently, this part of it was adopted in the last version. And so our team has been reviewing options, but so far we have not identified anything that is available for this specific part of the mandate. So we're just using the current materials that we have had available. So
Is it
I can.
targeted mainly for the middle school kids, or what is the
Correct.
group?
I believe the original policy called out younger grades as well, but we don't have a specific curriculum yet around suicide prevention for all students.
Yeah, so this will be a topic, definitely an AR. How it is going to be, implemented would be. I think I would like to know a little bit on that, because this is a sensitive part. How, again, it's important at the same time. How is it being communicated? How is it being implemented? What age group? How parents are coming in picture on this? So all those things probably could be coming. A little bit more clarification on that. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Sylvia?
With regards to the alcohol and other drugs board policy, is there any talk about Narcan training in the AR, or is that a separate policy, or do we have anything on kind of what we do with that?
Yes, we do have, that's in a separate policy
That's a separate
about the, I believe it's called like emergency life-saving measures, but that is part of, we we conducted training on Narcan in previous years, a couple years ago. That's done on an annual basis with our other health training.
And is that part of the first aid packet as well, or is that?
That is, it lists the different
Life-saving,
emergency life-saving measures that we have on campus, including like an asthma inhaler, EpiPen,
Got
and
it.
Narcan.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thanks, Long.
Okay, yeah, it mentions, say, suspension of students, and yeah, I'm wondering, say, what are current reasons for student suspensions? Do we include, say, the use of this tobacco or controlled substance? Those is that already part of the reason, or?
The reasons for suspension are outlined by Ed Code. And so it depends on what is occurring. But we can share that list with you. We wouldn't be able to list every single suspensionable item by Ed Code, but we certainly could provide that full list. This is indicating like if a student comes forward and says, I need support, I am, you know, I'm using vape pen on a regular basis. I need help. That wouldn't be a suspendable offense by Ed Code. Yeah.
Okay, but if we find it and they didn't disclose, but we find it other way.
It depends on the situation.
Depends on the situation. Okay, I see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ava. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Trustee Chow here. Kind of in response, Long, you were asking suspendable, look up Ed Code 48900. There's a whole list of pages. I really like seeing the updated changes here from the board policy, alcohol and other drugs, mental health, and suicide prevention. I do know that specifically on the suicide prevention, the national hotline was taken down. But I do know that our county does have resources in our state of California, and I trust that our staff will be able to bring stuff together so that we are in compliance with these new laws that will help our students stay healthy. Thank you.
Thanks, Ava. I don't have anything.
Okay, moving on to the next topic, instruction. There were 6 board policies updated. The first one, complaints concerning instructional materials. It reflects a new law, SB 153, which prohibits the board from adopting or approving use of any material, curriculum, or classroom instruction if this would subject students to unlawful discrimination in accordance with specified state law. There are 2 board policies that relate to content instruction, one regarding science and one regarding history, social science. For both of them, it expands the beginning statement and then it updates for science that the board adopt academic standards which meet or exceed California Next Generation Science Standards. And then the updates related to the history, social science, they were specific to high school districts, so we would not be including them in our board policy. BP 6159 relates to individualized educational program. There were some minor technical revisions, including some terms that were updated. And then finally, BP 6159.2, it is a mandated policy, which outlines for any foster youth served by non-public school, that would then become their school of origin. And then some other information regarding within 14 days of becoming aware of any change of the certification status of a non-public school, that the parents would be need to be notified within 14 days.
Okay, Satish.
Yeah, only one question, the science instruction, is there a timeline on this? I think it says requires the board to adopt academic standards for science which meets or exceeds anything.
So we recently updated the science and social studies curriculums to meet these requirements and you approved those. So I think we're okay there.
We are okay, so we are already meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
I did want to point out too, Aaron had referenced, we try to remove all of the references if it's specifically to high school. There is one line that when we were redlining, we missed, and one of the board members during pre-board had brought it up. There is the line under board policy 6142.94, the history social science, where the sentence says that instruction include a foundation for the appreciation of different ethnicities, the wise use of natural resources, and the responsible management of personal finance. That last line is struck, and the responsible management of personal finance, that is pertaining to high school.
No questions.
Long.
Okay. So what is MPSA for
A non-public school or non-public agency?
public? Okay. Thank you.
Ava, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Trustee Chow here. Would board policy 1312.2 on the complaints be, when they say refer to accordance to state law, would that also include like ed code and governance or like penal codes? The referencing the existing discrimination laws?
I would say yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. As for me, so we've expanded sort of that philosophical opening, for both science and his social sciences. I was just wondering, is there going to be any, because it seems like what it does is enumerates additional items in there, right? Do you see that changing how we deliver our instruction or curriculum in any way, that these expansions in the philosophy of what the board believes? Because they're both structured as the board believes, blah, 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 and the students shall, blah, blah, blah. The student shall part doesn't really change. It's really what the board believes changes. But I'm just wondering, do we anticipate any material changes in in our instruction?
When I read those opening statements, it seemed to me that aligned with the shifts that we made.
Okay,
For example, climate change, that is a new requirement in the state. It is reflected in the curriculum. So I didn't see any misalignment
Okay.
there. However, that opening paragraph is one of the sections that sometimes boards choose to adjust based on current context.
okay. I'm happy with it. I could be happy with other things also, but thanks. That's it for me.
Okay, we are on our final topic, board governance. There were two that were slightly updated, and they were updated as part of just the CSBA's process to review policy materials that have not been recently updated. And they were based on changes to law, regulations, new guidance, or other directives, and also most specifically amended for precision, consistency, and accuracy.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
No questions.
No question.
Okay. Ava, please go ahead.
No questions. Thank you for asking.
Okay. None for me also. Thank you.
That concludes the presentation on 26 board policies within 1 hour. So these are all first read, and what we are asking if we can bring them back for approval at the next board meeting.
Okay. This would be in August.
This would be an August
August.
consent item.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to section 3.
Thank you. All right, we have a couple guests joining us for our next session, our portrait of a learner. So we have Sarah Brown, Lynn Shimada, and Chris Iser from our education department. And we, again, this is probably one of our most exciting areas that we get to continue to update as well as we update, but also to look forward into the future. So I'll turn it over to Allison.
Yes, thank you. We're happy to be here today. One of the things that we called out in our roadmap for the year is that we would take a few moments to celebrate progress. So we're going to do a look back at the beginning of this, and then my team will help us look forward. And for our usual visits, we'll be getting you up and moving and talking around the room as part of that. So I'm ready to go to the first slide here when we're ready. So I think one of the things that has been really exciting and also effective is we've been really staying on this district priority all year. So we've had a variety of meetings right from the very first moment staff returned in August this school year, and then ongoing throughout our learning days, our professional development days. We've had a focus on not just teacher professional development, but professional development for all staff, management, principals as leaders, as well as all certificated and classified staff. We also had that series of community roundtables that we did at the beginning of the school year to help familiarize our community with our Portrait of a Learner. And then recently we had that evening event with Dr. Daggett as well as a community event. We also engaged our accelerator teachers in a series of network gatherings, and my direct team, we met every week to stay focused on the planning and think about what was needed next. So lots of different engagement sessions happened across the year, and those resulted in some really exciting movements across the system. I want to say a thank you to Blue Hills for providing that student picture. That was an event that one of the principals shared, Principal Ann Mitchell from Blue Hills. Our kids getting in there with a deconstruction day, learning about how things work. Okay, so our next slide, these are just some visuals from our moments across the year, just by way of reminder. So in the center there, we have our visual that is really capturing that this is a system-wide shift. So we've been talking about district priority 1, future ready, deeper learning for every student. And one of our consultants from Battelle for Kids, Dr. Shannon King, she led us in a variety of activities that really helped us visualize this system shift. And every time I see this picture here, I think about that one activity that we did where we had everybody touching sticks across the room, and how one movement in one part of the system influences movements across the other. So this notion that we really need to pay attention to all aspects of our system as we're making change. So that was really our central idea. And up in the top left, we've brought that graphic to you across the year. We were talking about how deeper learning happens when we take that strong academic content that we've always been committed to, and we pair it with those durable transferable skills that show up in our Portrait of a Learner competencies. And together, those create powerful, deeper learning. Then we have our photo. We are engaged in our national network, Battelle for Kids, and we had a team attend in Indianapolis this year to engage with districts from across the nation who are also committed to future-ready deeper learning to help us think about our approaches. In the bottom left, we've been using this graphic here with our teams to communicate that we are making a shift in instruction. We still will have those direct teaching of foundational skills moments where the teacher is teaching, the kids are consuming. But as we go further into deeper learning, we also want kids' voices and kids' choices about the way they learn to be lifted up in our system. So that bigger kind of loop is capturing that lifting up of student voice. We read Decoding Deeper Learning across the system to think about how that could apply here. And we have kept coming back to that rainbow across the year too, to say that our current focus and our long-standing tradition of academic excellence will not change. This idea of portrait competencies is one piece within a larger framework. Along those lines, we shared with you information and shared with staff information from the World Economic Forum. We talked a lot about how we are immersed in this rapidly changing world and really focused on building the why. With that, we looked at the college application essay prompts, and we heard from Bill Daggett that play-based childhood has been replaced by screen-based childhood, and our kids biologically are changing as a result, and so we need to be adapting to that. And then finally, just a reminder, we did the card activity in a variety of settings, and that was really powerful to engage everybody's thinking in the landscape shifts that are happening in our world and what that may mean for us as we consider our system shifts. So we've been having lots of conversations and engagements across the school year, across our system. And going to the next slide, we produced these anchor documents and tools, and we call it that because it's kind of a touch point that we go back to guide our work in the classroom. So we identified our core competencies, and then with the help of Erin's graphic design skills, we were able to get our poster out, and then we grew out from there. So from the poster, we then developed the one-pagers for each of the competencies. And then I think the last time we saw you, we gave out our magnets, which will be a teaching tool to help kids know when they're working on those competencies in the classroom. Something that we are working on for next year are the things at the bottom there, the idea of learning progressions. So this is taking the one pager and going deeper and trying to articulate within a competency, what does it look like when you're at a beginning level and then a mastery level within that competency, knowing that kids' skills are going to be growing as they have more opportunities to work on these things. And then we have something called the Deeper Learning Framework that we've been working on, and you will have a chance to take a look at that and weigh in on it in a little bit. So that's our first stage of looking back, and I think I'm passing to Chris.
Yeah, and so just an amazing year of work. Really the culmination of this year's efforts brought our whole teaching staff together on May 5th at the CMS Event Center during our last learning day of the year. It was wonderful to have PK teachers rubbing elbows with 8th grade teachers, all there to learn and celebrate our Portrait of a Learner work. The agenda for the morning included a welcome from Superintendent Yao. And during her welcome, she acknowledged the efforts of our 50 Portrait of a Learner Accelerator teachers and asked them to stand. It was so encouraging to hear the applause they received from their colleagues, and we have a little clip here for you. You see the scope of our meeting, all our teachers in one room. Yeah. So the bulk of the morning was a keynote address from Dr. Bill Daggett, whom you had the opportunity to hear from as well. His message was both encouraging of the progress we've made and a true call to action to keep pushing forward and to be agile as the AI landscape continues to develop. After Dr. Daggett's speech, teachers broke out by grade level groups into classrooms around campus to share lessons, project ideas, and experiments from our first year of portrait implementation. It was amazing to see this work is beginning to take root at all levels. Not to steal anything away from Superintendent Yao or Dr. Daggett, but I believe all would agree the highlight of the morning was our student speakers. In March, we put out the call to students for our Portrait of a Learner speech contest. Students were given this prompt: we want you to talk about our CUSD core competencies and why they are important. Think of them like your superpowers for learning and life. They help you solve problems, think creatively, talk clearly, and work well with others. Share a story about a time you used your superpowers and tell us why teachers should help kids practice these skills at school. We had over 100 submissions, and the Ed Services team watched all of the submissions and selected 4 students to speak at our May 5th event. And luckily for you, we recorded them. During today's presentation, we've selected 3 of the 4 presentations to share with you, and I have the privilege of sharing the first one, which is on our next slide. This is Arati. Enjoy this.
At this time, I am delighted to introduce our first student speaker and invite them up to the podium. Arati Singve is a 5th grade student from Sedgwick. Please welcome.
Good morning, amazing teachers and principals. It's truly inspiring to see so many of you dedicating your staff learning day towards us. I really appreciate the fact you're here, learning how to help us grow, which shows how much you care for our students. I want to quickly share a time when I had to use the CUSD core competencies, skills that at the time I didn't even realize I had. When I moved here from another country, everything was new. The people and the culture. I remember my first day of school so clearly. I walked into class, sat down, and immediately felt lost. At recess, I stood there alone while everybody around me was talking and laughing. I kept thinking, how am I gonna fit in? How will I ever feel like I belong? For weeks, I struggled. Every class felt like a hard puzzle I couldn't solve. But then, something changed. One day, instead of feeling overwhelmed, I decided to approach the situation. I figured out that if I wanted to make things better, I had to problem solve. So I used my problem-solving skills to navigate challenges, my creativity to connect with others, my communication to ask for help, and my collaboration to find support. It was tough, but I persevered. I made friends and caught up in class. This showed me how powerful these skills are to overcome any challenges. It also showed me how vital these competencies are. They're tools to thrive, not just learn. And that's where you come in, teachers. Help us practice these skills. Encourage us. Encourage collaboration. Give us a voice. By doing so, you're not just teaching, you're empowering us to shape our own futures. So as you engage in your staff learning day, remember the incredible potential that lies within each and every student. By helping us develop these CUSD core competencies, you're giving us the greatest gift of all, the ability to shape our very own futures. Thank you for listening. Have a great day.
We've got a few more for you in the rest of the presentation today. I'm going to turn it over to Lynn to talk about our deeper learning framework.
As Allison mentioned, we've been developing a deeper learning.
At this time,
Lynn, can you tap the microphone on is off there?
Yeah. As Allison mentioned, we've been working on developing a deeper learning framework through the course of the year. A deeper learning framework is essentially how a district articulates their vision for how an educator brings a portrait of graduate to life. So this document is geared towards supporting teachers rather than our students. It guides decisions around instructional decision-making, assessment, all in service of bringing deeper learning to every student in every classroom. So our CUSD Deeper Learning Framework was created with multiple opportunities for structured input from both our principal group and our accelerator teacher group that you've heard about. The framework outlines our vision for CUSD features and is centered on the questions, what does deeper learning look like? What shifts in practice are necessary to facilitate deeper learning? So the 4 areas outline the cycle of learning design: assess, reflect, plan, teach, and then back to assess, and the cycle continues. In each area, we consider, what should I look for, listen for? What should I expect to see? What questions should I ask? So this framework also serves as an anchor, as Allison mentioned earlier, and will have guiding resources linked under every section. It's intended to be a living document so that we'll continually add resources under the 4 areas in support of teachers. Next slide. So now we're going to take some time so that you can dive into our deeper learning framework. You'll each select a starting point. So station 1 is over here. Chris will be there with assess and reflect. And then station 2, Sarah will be at plan and teach. Once you're at your station, you can review the areas, the ideas shared by previous groups. So I mentioned that we showed this to principals and accelerators. You can see some of the examples that they came up with to the right on every poster. And then you'll be able to brainstorm additional teacher supports that we might be considering to add. You'll have about 6 minutes and then you'll switch, so you'll get the opportunity to dive into both.
Everyone is welcome to join the board members at one of the stations.
All right, thank you. All right.
In the skills and mindsets to support our quest for deeper learning and the core competencies. Our teachers have a great foundation already, and now it's just a matter of supporting them in that continued acceleration. And we are going to move to our next student speaker, and you'll get to meet Arya.
Our second speaker is a 6th grade student at Miller Middle School, Arya Narayanan.
Hello everyone, my name is Arya Narayanan from Miller Middle School. Have you ever built something with Legos? You start with a jumbled pile of bricks, each with its own shape and purpose. It seems impossible at first, but by working together and figuring out how each piece fits, you can build anything. That's a powerful picture of what we can achieve with collaboration and critical thinking, the essential building blocks of our future. Recently, my science class had a project. Make a presentation on 3 landforms. It felt like we were staring at our own pile of mismatched Legos, as everyone on our team had a different vision, a different brick that they wanted to use. It was chaotic, but then we remembered the power of collaboration. We decided to lay all our ideas out on the table, examine each one, and listen, truly listen to why each person thought that their idea was the best. Then came the critical thinking. We analyzed which landform we should pick, even doing some research online. We learned that when we combine the best parts of everyone's ideas, we can build something truly extraordinary. In the future, whether we're engineers, artists, or teachers, we'll need to work together and think critically to solve problems. Imagine a team of scientists working together to find a cure for a disease. They need to collaborate, create ideas, and share information. Or imagine a team of architects working together to find a sustainable city. They need to collaborate to create a plan, and they need to work together to think about the impacts that their designs will have on the environment. These are the skills that we'll be facing, and these are the problems that we'll need to solve. Teachers, you have the power to help us build these superpowers. Give us opportunities to work on group projects where we have to collaborate. Challenge us with problems that create different points of views. Let us debate different points of views, and let us work together to solve problems. When we work together, when we are encouraged to think critically, we are learning the skills that we will use for the rest of our lives. By creating a classroom where these skills are practiced, you are preparing us for the future. So, as we continue to learn and grow, let's remember the power of those simple Lego bricks. Individually, they are just pieces, but when we connect them with intention and with open minds, we can build anything. Let's embrace collaboration and critical thinking, not just as skills that we learn in school, but as the essential building blocks that we'll need to build a future that is not just functional, but truly magnificent. Thank you.
Our second speaker is a 6th grade student at Miller Middle School.
Okay. That was an excellent speech. And now we're going to talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing next year. So we're really, really excited about bringing back our PBL Institute. We had this very same institute last summer. It's a 3-day institute where we have teachers creating a gold standard project-based learning project for their students. And this year, actually, because we had so many people wanting to attend the Institute, we actually have technically 3 sessions. So it's 2 sessions there, but we just finished one of our sessions and we had about 70 teachers that attended. So all in all, we're going to have about 106 teachers attending both of the sessions. We have our 4 instructional coaches that will also be there interacting with our teachers and making sure that they know all about what PBL and the gold standard. We have had all of our CUSD principals. They are also attending, and our Ed Services directors are also going to be there. So during the Institute, our principals are attending portions of the training, and they are actually getting some professional development on how to effectively coach our teachers who are experimenting with PBL. So it's pretty exciting to have them learn a little bit more about coaching into PBL. As I said, we just finished our first institute yesterday, and it was very, very well received. And in fact, our 2 trainers who had been here last year just commented that all of our teachers that were at this institute seemed they are way ahead, and they really understand what deeper learning is, and they are just going for it. So we're really excited about this new group of teachers and what we're going to be doing in the future with this. Next slide. So our goals for 25-26, the first goal is that all of our CUSD students have a common language around the competencies. We want them to be familiar with what the competencies are and knowledge of why they're important skills for them to learn to help them be more successful and to become future ready. Teachers will be incorporating these competencies in their daily teaching throughout the year. We have 7 competencies, as you know, and these can be a little bit overwhelming. So we decided to focus on just 2, the effective communicator and inclusive collaborator. We will also be convening a performance-based assessment team to measure competencies, and that team is going to be made up of our ed services folks, principals, teachers, and a team, principal and a teacher and teachers on the team, and they'll be working to incorporate assessments with regards to POL. We really also want to make sure that we are continuing to celebrate experimentation and innovation. We know it is not always perfect when we're trying out new things, and we want to just continue to celebrate and encourage everyone to keep trying and learning because this is such important work. And we are also going to be continuing to build out our AI strategy. Teachers currently have access right now to AI Magic School and Gemini. And some of the other tools that we use regularly within the classroom have also now incorporated AI embedded within them. So we're seeing AI all over the place. So we really want to help encourage our teachers to be able to use those effectively. And next slide. So this past year, we contracted with Jennifer Abrams, and she is an expert in coaching administrators to become effective leaders. And our principals really, really enjoyed working with her this past year, and they actually requested that she return for the 25-26 school year. So this coming year, she's going to be focusing on developing leadership skills for fostering communication and collaboration, are 2 main competencies that we're going to be focusing on among our staff. She's going to be helping guide our principals in developing site-specific leadership plan for POL implementation. And just so you know, Jennifer is incredibly motivating, and she's very engaging, and she's also quite hilarious. And she has some really excellent strategies and ideas to assist our principals on this journey. So we are absolutely thrilled that she's going to be coming back this year. And with regards to time for our teachers and our principals, we received a lot of feedback from our teachers requesting more time for collaboration and professional development related to the Portrait of a Learner work. So to address this, we're incorporating 4 additional minimum days into the 25-26 school year, specifically for this purpose. We will also utilize several early release Tuesdays and late start Wednesdays, providing opportunities for teachers to collaborate with colleagues and attend professional development sessions centered around the Portrait of a Learner. And additionally, we will have district learning days that'll be used to help us achieve our goals for this year. All of those, if you can see on the slide, are kind of encompassed by our Portrait of a Learner advisory team. And that team is going to be also made up of teachers, principals, and ed services. And really what they're going to help us do is inform that professional development for all of those times listed. So we're really excited about that. And without further ado, here's Taryn.
Our final speaker is a 3rd grade student from Montclair, and I'd like to invite Taryn Kim up to the podium.
Hi, my name is Sharon Kim. I was diagnosed with autism, but a little later was ADHD. But I still managed to overcome those things. Here's my story. When I was little, it was really hard for me to talk to people. My head was always full of imagination. So I loved drawing by myself and staring up at the sky to dream about my future. My family used to say, "Taryn's on Pluto right now," whenever I was daydreaming. My mom would smile and say, "Taryn, come back to Earth." But it wasn't easy. I still did not want to go back to Earth. I always felt most comfortable playing alone, but one day I started playing with friends. Little by little, we laughed together and made things using our imaginations, and it was so much fun. That's when I realized my first superpower, teamwork. Now I make vlogs with my twin sister and even create games with friends. When I was alone, I felt the joy of one. But when I'm with others, that joy grows into 2, 3, or even more. Of course, sometimes friends get upset or only wanting stairways. But even those moments help us learn. When we're together, we can create amazing stories we could never make alone. Having friends makes you feel happier than being alone. That's why I think learning about teamwork at school is really good too. My second superpower is self-regulation. I'm very sensitive to sound. If someone talks too loudly, I get startled. Sometimes I say, "I'm sorry," even if I didn't do anything wrong, just because I'm nervous. People might think I'm mad, but really, I'm just scared. But I found a way to calm myself. Music. When I listen to music, it helps me feel peaceful. Music feels like a friend who protects me. It's like someone who comes out of nowhere and stands up for me. Maybe that's why we talk about feelings, self-control, and wellness at school. It helps kids like me focus better, calm down, and take care of ourselves. Thanks to these two superpowers, teamwork and self-regulation, school has become more fun. My teachers understand me, and my friends see what's in my heart. So I feel braver every day. Someday I want to work with even more people and use my imagination and kindness to make a world a more beautiful place. To do that, I have to keep growing my superpowers. I hope you find your own special superpowers too. Thank you. In my dreams, I imagine helping people as a doctor who helps heal your heart. I hope you will find a dream you wish would come true.
I think we've reached the end of our slides, and we wanted to hear any feedback that you might have as we finalize plans for next school year. And thank you so much for all of your support as we've been going along this journey this year. It has been so much fun, and we have just loved working on this, and also just seeing the progress happening at our school sites, and also hearing from our kids who really see themselves as leaders in this world. So it's been wonderful.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's bring it to the board, and also teacher, we'll start with you. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. This is such a beautiful information presentation. Actually, we are making very good progress. How we started and where we are with a short time, I can see that. And I can clearly see the leaders, how they are working on. Okay, couple of things which I wanted is, one is our think tank task force. Right? How is it linked to this, or how that works actually?
Well, it is directly linked to it because, again, as we were forming the committee, originally our thought was on technology and AI, but as we evolved, technology and AI is just part of the journey of the portrait of a learner. It's all embedded in the work that we're doing with the competencies. So I think initially the thinking for forming this committee is to have some of that outside perspective and interaction with our community and some of the other organizations out there who have continually been along with this ride, that are actually recognize the need for that future ready learning and the value of these competencies, to help design what are those next steps for us as a district.
That's great. Actually, looking forward for that. Second thing is, when you compare, we have 23 schools, right? So are we able to lift everything together, or you see some challenges around and how the resources are being balanced across to get it into this common goal?
Yes, I think one thing that we know just from leading change in general is that some things we do together And so we'll have that pace continue where everybody's learning a component, but then we also need to provide opportunities for some people to go faster when they're ready to do that. So like, that's why we had the accelerator network teachers moving ahead of the rest of the district. And when people are ready to go faster, they also can inform us about things that we should be thinking about as we move everybody along. So we will be moving slowly over the next few years with everyone while still providing opportunities for people to go at a faster pace when they're ready to do so. Another example of that is project-based learning. That is one way to implement deeper learning. Maybe we can come back in the fall sometime to help everybody understand a little bit more about how those ideas connect. We want to provide choice for our teachers. And yes, I would expect that there will be some challenging components because this whole year we've been learning about the why and we've been exploring. We have had the accelerator teachers trying things, but we haven't asked everyone to implement yet. And we will be asking that next year. And so we should expect that sometimes it'll be difficult, and then we'll have to address those challenges and support teachers. The biggest thing that, Chris mentioned that, and Sarah mentioned, I think, actually, that we heard from the accelerator teachers is that the biggest thing that helped them move forward this year was our encouragement that they had permission to try, and that we know that it's not always going to be perfect when we're trying new things. So they really encouraged us to keep that message front and center for all teachers, that if we want them to try new things, they need to have time to work together with their colleagues, think through their ideas, try them and reflect on them. And that permission to do that is something that's really important to them.
That's great. I think, definitely we, during the course of this journey, we do not want to have something. I'm very sure, like, in a group of people, there could be some struggle here and there. So we need to put the right resources across, and what is needed from leadership team, I think we should work towards that to make sure that everybody's coming. Even if the pace is a little low, it's okay, but we have to pull everybody along. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Sylvia.
Thank you for the presentation. It's always great to see all the new progressions that you guys have made every time we get a presentation from you. I was curious in terms of some of the collaboration time and learning time and training. I know that we did a survey, or you guys did a survey of the teachers, I don't know, a couple months ago, with regard to POL and kind of how it's going. So I'm wondering where did that feedback go into maybe how the development sessions are going to be structured, or how it's going to work? Like what kind of feedback were you getting from that survey and what's being incorporated?
Yeah, so we did a mid-year check-in after one of the site professional development sessions, and then we did a check-in after the May Learning Day to get feedback. And so I think, one of the wonderful takeaways is that, teachers really understand the importance of this district priority around future-ready learning, and the support for that as a focus area is extraordinarily positive. Even by May, after the Bill Daggett presentation, over 90% favorable in terms of understanding this focus and understanding the why and wanting to work on it. In terms of what teachers need, yes, I mean, this has been driving our planning, what we are hearing from the accelerator teachers and also what has come up in the survey. So the first one is time. And so, knowing that teachers really value having the time, having chunks of time to work together, not just little snippets of time, but meaningful chunks of time, enough time to think through things, work with colleagues and hear their ideas at their own school site, but across the district. So as we schedule what that's going to look like over the course of next year, we need to pivot away from, we had a lot of information going out to them this year because we were building the why. What is future ready learning? What are these competencies? So less time, less working time and more thinking time, and we need to flip that. They need less information now and more working time to come up with their ideas and try it. So we will structure the time to include that, especially on those minimum days. And also finding time for them to connect with each other. In May, they gave a lot of positive feedback about being in groups that were similar across the district. They went into small group conversations to share ideas. So that will be a key piece of things. Also in May, we asked them about AI and if they are using AI tools now and what their thoughts were on that. And we know that, yes, I mean, we had about 2/3 of people say that they have tried and experienced increased efficiency around these tools, but they want more information and more training and more opportunities to see how this can help them advance their work in this area. So all of these things are really shaping how we're putting the plan together. And it's also why we really want to form that teacher advisory. And we're really grateful that CEA worked with us to put an MOU in place around the structure of the teacher advisory, because we won't have that accelerator group anymore. And we really need to have ongoing teacher feedback so we can adjust the plan along the way throughout the year as well.
Oh, I don't think I caught that. So the accelerator group is going away.
Yeah, so we launched with that
Yeah.
to kind of get some of these anchor pieces in place, but now we have so many teachers that want to jump in. We're
So
just
it's
kind of
replacing
pivoting.
it, it's not in addition to it.
Yes, so our PBL group it's similar in that way. We don't have that accelerator network structure, but we're just opening some of those tools that accelerators had to all, and then we'll use teacher advisory as our touch point group to give feedback alongside that community advisory. So we'll have the inputs to help shape the work along the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Long.
Yeah, do we have a PBL, the project-based learning on every school?
So we have had some examples of that across the district. Of course, DeVargas, that has been one of their key methods at their school for many years now.
Yeah, right.
So the way we're approaching this is that there can be different pathways to getting to deeper learning. One of those pathways is project-based learning. So I don't know if we have teachers from every school in the training. We do. Okay, so yes, it was opt-in, choice-based. So of the 106 teachers, all sites are represented, but it's just the teachers that are choosing to learn about this right now as one way of going into deeper learning.
Okay, I see. So it's a teacher's choice. So
Yeah.
teachers can
Correct.
opt in. Okay. Say you mentioned say we are going to provide some support. Say if students are faster learners, and yeah, what ways how do we support them?
So I was saying that some teachers want to go faster in learning this. Yes. So is that what you're asking about, or specifically about students?
Okay. So you were talking about the teacher faster.
Yeah. So when we ask the teachers to focus on these things that we shared on the slide, some will want to go faster. Some want to do more than what we're saying is the kind of expectation for all. And that happens with any change that we're doing. So we want to provide those pathways for people to go a little faster. So like attending the Summer Institute and learning about PBL, that's not required for all, but over 100 teachers want to do that. And so we want to make sure it's available to them.
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, for minimum days and are those the 4 minimum days proposed in page 46 are those the new minimum days?
Yes, additional minimum days on the calendar.
Okay, I see. So how many minimum days do we have?
Overall?
Yeah, overall. 9.
9, thank you.
Okay, with those 4.
In it, a total of 9. So those are 4 new ones this year.
Okay,
to create a
okay.
total
So
of 9.
last year was 5 and
It was.
this would be 9.
Yeah.
Okay. And say I'm wondering, say, do we think it's better to spread those minimum days into, say, across the entire year, or is that better to make it all the trainings it's either at the beginning of the school year or at the end of the school year. So which way is better, do you think?
Well, the way we looked at it is looking at the whole calendar of touch points with the teachers. So considering that we have the August touch point and then there's 2 learning days in September and October, and wanting to have consistent regular touch points across the year. So if we just look at the 4 minimum days, it just looks like they're all spread out. But if we look at the whole calendar of learning days and the welcome back and the Tuesday, Wednesday dates, it gives us a regular touch point across the months of the year with the teachers, and that's why we selected those dates.
All right, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ava. If you could, please go ahead.
Are we just doing, thank you, Jerry. Are we just doing questions first before comments?
No, I think we could do a mix of questions and comments. Yeah, please go ahead with
Okay.
either.
All right, thank you. Apologize ahead of time, Allison, if these are repeating, but I just want to make sure other people are able to hear the questions I had. So Allison was kind enough to go around and take pictures of the details of each of the 4 parts about deeper learning so that I could read it. And so I had some questions. One of the first one, looking at the assessments. When we're assessing, are we adding the skills, not just assessing the content?
Yeah, so what our strategy around assessment really is 2-pronged. We really want to make sure that we continue to leverage our existing diagnostic and benchmark assessments to measure content knowledge. But at the same time, our goal this upcoming year is to develop a strategy around measuring our competencies. And in particular, what that may look like in terms of rubrics or learning progressions. We've been working with our accelerators group to develop some learning progressions around collaborator, communicator, critical thinker, and inspired creator, which really articulates what it may look like when students are at the beginning, emerging, and integrating levels. And we think that that'll be kind of that first step into helping teachers start to understand what it may look like to measure the progress of these competencies. At the same time, we're exploring performance-based assessments and other opportunities like cornerstone and capstone projects. And that really is going to be the work of the assessment committee that we're going to be putting together this year to really help us kind of refine that strategy that addresses both sides of the coin when it comes to assessment, the content knowledge, and also measuring progress on our competencies.
Thank you for taking the time with the comprehensive answer. I appreciate that. In the future, can you identify yourself? Because right now I'm only seeing tiny little people in the room and I don't know who's speaking.
Chris Eisor.
Thank you, Chris. The second question I have is when we're talking about the section on reflections, and I think maybe you have addressed part of that, is reflections include data-driven reflections so that when teachers look at the data, they kind of have an idea of where there may be some extra instruction that may be needed for students that may be missing either the content or the skill.
Yes, correct, Ava. We really are planning to focus on portrait, but also MTSS as a companion. So that idea of looking at data and then taking action and providing support based on what students need, whether it be academic standards or eventually when we start measuring the competencies, we'll be able to bring that in as well.
Thank you. And then the last 2 are comments. Jerry, do you want to go around again, or do you want me to continue with the 2 comments I have?
I think you can go ahead and do the comments. I think folks have shared their comments, so please go ahead, Ava.
Okay. I appreciate the slide on the leadership training for our principals. It's an investment in building culture and improving our community relationships also with the neighborhoods. So each of the neighborhood schools have a community that surrounds them. And I think the increased leadership training, I'm hoping to see better communication with our community surrounding it, our general public. I think as a principal, there's a lot going on in a school, and it's a lot of work to run a school. And communication is a key, and I see that in the training points. I think another part is building authentic relationships is key too, and that our leaders are there because they want to be there with positive presuppositions. And also kudos to giving our teachers time to plan. If we are shifting into, not saying there wasn't public project-based learning in the past or other aspects of portrait learner. As teachers, we go through a lot of different trainings, and some of them may sound familiar, but having time to adjust to a new storyline would give our teachers the opportunity to be better teachers for our students and better teach them. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Ava. Okay, as for myself, I don't have any questions, just some comments. Just want to start out by expressing my appreciation for that services team and the teachers and everyone who contributed to this effort. It really surpassed my expectations of how this would go this year. I wasn't this optimistic a year ago. I know we're talking about it, and it just made so much progress. And the thing that I think that really stands out for me is sort of the way you've done this. It really exhibits the Silicon Valley spirit of moving fast and experimentation. There's a lot of progress that was made. You touched on earlier, Allison, about providing that atmosphere and culture for folks to experiment with different things and kind of build on the things that work, right? I really also like the fact that in addition to all this other work, really thinking about support for our teachers, including student voice. I just thought this was just really, really well executed this year. So I want to start with a huge thank you on that. Looking at your goals, just some thoughts. I think the couple of things. So, just reflecting on the conversations we had at the wall, and I think some of the things, at least my opinion, or what I like to see, is some of the growth around encouraging student agency and that global contributorship. I think everything really those are very foundational, and things kind of build on that, right? So I'd be very interested to see how we help drive that. Looking at your goals here, I think some of the ones that jump out for me, one is around assessment, how we do that. I think and we talked about different ways of doing that, I think. And then the other one is around the AI, and now that we provided the tools and we provided access and some basic training, just in some of the teachers I've talked with, I think the next thing that would be useful would be best practices, right? But I don't think anybody knows what that is. But I do feel like we are at the leading edge. And so to the extent that we continue with this experiment sort of culture, I think, we will help us and other folks in developing what those best practices are. I was also thinking back a few months ago, I don't know if this deeper learning framework, if that's been rolled out or when it hasn't been rolled out, but a couple of months ago, I was talking to a teacher about this, and the feedback I had gotten was it'd be nice to have a portrait of a teacher. Like, well, I hear about portrait of a learner, but what should I do? And I didn't realize the extent that the work you've put in here to kind of grow that. So I think that's going to be really welcome. And, this PPL Institute, look forward to hearing what that looks like in August when we come back. And then just one other thing, maybe a suggestion for you to consider in your goals. These are great. We've got a lot to do here. But if we could think about how can we scale showing the community all the student work, right? I think there's a lot of wonderful work that's being done. And I think to the extent that if we think about that up front, so that it's not a whole lot of work for, hundreds of teachers to try to all do this. If there's a way of us systematically collecting, curating the best of the students' work in the different things, maybe we could add something to the superintendent awards next year to highlight some of these things. But if we give some thought up ahead, some of the IT infrastructure that might be needed to capture this work. So that would love, so that next spring, we have towards the end of the next school year, we have a nice portfolio. This is what we've done in just 1 year of the full rollout of this. So maybe you should think about that, of how we introduce this to the community. But otherwise, thank you so much. This really makes me like proud to be part of this district and all that. So thank you, thank you. Okay, so that's my thoughts. If there's any, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Ava, please go ahead.
Okay, Jerry. It's just regards to your comment about the student experiences. Completely there with you in terms of how can we tell the community. I think part of the process.
Excuse me, Ava, I think the volume is clipping again. So, okay, if you could,
Hold up. Now, I'm gonna push these.
knobs are being tweaked.
Okay, how about that?
That's like an AM radio, like an AM radio that's not quite tuned. So.
Okay, how about that? It says connecting to audio. Hold on.
Calling from India is much better. It's not calling from India is much better.
Okay, yeah. Yes, it's much better.
Okay,
Thanks,
great.
Ava.
I turned off and turned back on. So my comment was regarding the getting the word out to the community. I think maybe it has to do with experience project-based learning. Project-based learning is not just a project. I think the end goal is that we want the community to be involved in the final project. We want the community to, there's an exhibit typically in a true project-based learning, especially if we're, and I saw that one of the trainings is PBL Gold, which is, I believe it's an idea from Buck Institute. And the goal is like not just having the project, but how does the students present to the community? May it be the parents, may it be the other students, may it be like an open house that is kind of integrated in, and I'm with you on that. And how a teacher gets there, that's usually the hardest part. The last part, the ask is the community. It depends on the experience of the teachers, and eventually they'll get there. Thank you.
Thanks, Ava. Completely agree. Any other comments or thoughts before we move on? Okay, if not, then all right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and
So we are on our fourth session, our last session. Just a quick time check. We're about half an hour behind,
Okay.
but we did build in some buffer time. It just cuts into your dinner time, so I think we're okay. Our fourth session is to continue our discussion about the budget. Based on our last study session from last week, we had the opportunity to begin introducing our MYP. Really, that is the next 3 to 5 years for our budget. So I'd like to invite Chris and Tina. They're going to complete the presentation. And so because there is a lot of information in this presentation, and we've already seen the initial MYP, I might ask that we hold questions for them to get through slides and then come back and ask those, and then we'll revisit the MYP. Ultimately, we will be asking for approval at our general session later this evening. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris and Tina.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm going to advance the slide to where I believe we left off. Pass all the graphs. We were talking about where we are in the year. So a week ago, I was prepared to share with you purely all the information we have as of the May revise. Within a week's time now, the legislature has come to agreements on some of the elements of the governor's proposals for the May revise. So as I go through and highlight some of the things, I will make mention of things that have either remained the same or some things that have changed. Mainly the differences is that some of the new programs that the governor was proposing, the legislature has come back and augmented the amounts. So they've more or less made some changes, either came up with a smaller amount or increased the amount on some of these programs. But basically the COLA, the same 2.3% COLA, what the governor is proposing, the legislature has approved that. So those are mainly the differences. So 1 week, there's quite a bit of a change as far as that goes, but doesn't necessarily make huge changes to us except for a couple of things, and I'll point that out. Anyway, we're at that point right now. tonight, later on, we will be asking you to look at the full budget and consider that. And then so we'll start going into the presentation. Remember, we brought up the concept, or at least the county reminded us again that we have this continued obligation to provide with our adopted budget a fiscal stabilization plan for next year. And the only reasons why we're needing to provide that is that because we are still projecting on our MYP to be deficit spending by a certain margin. I don't know what the margin was. The amount of deficit spending that requires us to do the fiscal stabilization. Yeah.
Right now it's 1.3. We're over by 1.3.
But I thought there was a percent. I thought there was a margin that we could show a deficit spend, but it was. I apologize. I'll provide that context afterwards. But I'm going to have Tina go into the fiscal stabilization plan again. This is one of the requirements that we have to submit to the county. So, go ahead, Tina.
All right, perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. So before I get started on the fiscal stabilization plan, I want to just give you a quick heads up. We did have one modification to your budget book. In front of you, you should have a copy of the fiscal stabilization plan. It's a hard copy and it says to replace page 41 in your book. Everyone should have a copy of that, and Ava will have yours for you when you return. The fiscal stabilization plan that is in your budget book was updated, so the hard copy that you have replaces
Can I
it.
have that sent to me now?
Yes, we will email you a copy right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you need a copy of it to take a picture of it, or what do you need to see?
Yes, we'll just screenshot it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. We will send that shortly to you, Ava. We're going to turn now to the fiscal stabilization plan. So, as Chris mentioned, sometimes we will talk about deficit spending. So as we all know, deficit spending in general means you're spending more expenditures than you're bringing in revenues. So overall, there's a deficit spend overall as a district. So for example, with our 25-26 budget, we have $247 million of revenue. However, we have $250 million of expenditures. So that's a deficit spend because we're overspending by $11 million. However, what the state looks at as a mandate and what is required for us to then present a fiscal stabilization plan is if the unrestricted deficit spend is greater than 1/3 of the total expenditures in your budget. And so what they're specifically looking at is your ability to generate your reserve. And so what our particular fiscal stabilization plan does is the top half outlines those items that we have built into the 25-26 budget and future years that help us then to bring down that deficit spend. So let me start at the top. So some of the revenue assumptions that you are familiar with that we have made in our MYP, we have a building fund transfer from Fund 21 in 25-26 and future years. We talked about that state block grant that we're receiving, the one time that we're hoping is going to come through the governor's budget only in 25-26. We talked about the Inflation Reduction Act, that one time $8.3 million. And we've also talked about property taxes that we did have this one decrease because of the elimination of receiving supplemental taxes, but that overall our property taxes will continue increasing year over year. And that we have facility use permits. We're going to be increasing the cost of facility use permits. So those are all circumstances that are going to be applied to our budget for future years that will help then generate more revenue in our budget. Conversely, there are expenditures that we have affected in order to bring down our spend. So we have, as you know, we've had some staffing adjustments. So FTE decreases in 25-26. These were based on various vacant positions, 35.044 FTE. We also had FTE decreases in future year 26-27. That was 48.625 FTEs. Again, various vacant positions. We had the early retirement incentives. So we have savings that are occurring over the next couple of years from that. So we have a total savings from reductions. Then we also had some increases in force. And it's important to note this because while we're also, making reductions, we're also having to do some increases because we're committed to those class sizes, we're committed to TK. So on top of making those decreases, we're also actually adding some increases. So we have some classified increases for TK, as well as class size reduction, 18 FTE increases for class size reduction. So there's some increases in our workforce. So those kind of offset each other, negatives and positives. And then some additional expenditures that will be affecting. We have ongoing PG&E savings for producing our own solar energy, $2 million. And then we also have other expenditure reductions that we made, such as the legal expenses and other supplies and things like that we made reductions in. So the purpose of outlining all of those is then to look at our unrestricted deficit spending. So this next section is what does the actual calculation for the state and the county to then look at our overall unrestricted deficit spending to ensure that we do not have that unrestricted deficit spend exceeding the limit. So for example, in 25-26, our total unrestricted revenues are 166 million. Remember, this is just unrestricted. Our total unrestricted expenditures are 170 million. So we are currently deficit spending in unrestricted only $4.8 million. Our available reserves at the end of 25-26 are 10.5 million. So the available amount of deficit spend, the law allows you to deficit spend up to 1/3 of those reserves would be about 3.5 million. As I said, we're doing 4.8 million. So that means our deficit spend is over by 1.3 million. So then you'll see with the changes that we make in 25-26 and future years, you see we move into the green, which means our deficit spend drops. We move into the allowable amount. In 26-27, we're positive by $149,000. And then it continues to grow year over year to make sure that specifically in unrestricted, that deficit spend is brought down and that we're able to then grow our reserves. The end part just reviews our combined fund balance. So again, this is now combined fund balance. This includes unrestricted and restricted, and it just outlines our total available reserves, again, matching up with the MYP. The two last things I just want to note, at the bottom, there is a note that does talk about in the event that we do not receive the state block grant, obviously the district will have to make some decisions if we do not receive that $4.2 million. And so there are some contingencies that we have begun to start talking about just in case. And so that would include potentially looking at the extra board reserve of 2.5 million. And then also looking at potentially some other fund transfers from Fund 21, et cetera, to make sure that we can balance the budget if that block grant does not come to fruition. That's another requirement that the county has at this time, because I don't think they're as confident about the governor's budget actually coming through with that money. So I think they're asking for those kind of contingency plans. Lastly, just as a reminder, our fiscal stabilization plan is just that. It's a plan. As Chris has mentioned, things are already changing. A snapshot, a picture in time is constantly changing. And so the board will always be able to update this, and we as a team will be able to update this at each budget period. So it can be updated the next time around with any additional changes or things that we have done to kind of get the deficit spend down again.
And before we move on, if I could also add, I know there had been a comment and a question when we were discussing last meeting. When we look out into the 27-28 school year, we're not identifying some of those reductions. And so we will. It is 2 years out. And so we wanted to initially get the 26-27 in place. That will have an impact onto what our further reductions are. We also, as we move forward, would like to get away from calling out specific FTE reductions and instead really focus on a dollar amount, because the dollar reductions will be from FTEs. They will also be from perhaps other programs or services, but it really is about hitting that dollar amount. FTEs is sometimes vague because every FTE is a different dollar amount, where we really, to get down to it, we want to be more specific with a dollar amount that we're shooting for. So you'll start to see that transition next year when we bring plans. It'll be calling out dollar amounts versus FTEs.
Okay, thank you, Tina. Thank you, Stacy. All right, economics. We know that everything revolves around the state economy. For our state, obviously, taxes represent the largest part of the budget. The big three taxes, as they're referred to, since January, when the governor came out with his original projections for taxes, you'll see better, maybe not on this slide, the big three taxes, but the next slide. Since January, this year is the first year in the last 2 years where the tax proposals or the tax estimates that were estimated back in January have dropped from January, dropped again in May, and now with the governor's proposal has dropped even further. So you get the sense in terms of really kind of a environment that we're working with in terms of what was originally projected as taxable revenues has changed quite a bit since January, and then changed again in May, and now as of June, it's lower than what was originally projected. So the big three taxes here, back in January, the governor was projecting that the big three taxes were going to be almost $4.8 million more. So now we're $4.8 million less in terms of those personal income taxes. So on this next slide here, this is kind of illustrating what I was trying to say here, is that when you look at the last 2 years, that blue bar area represents what was projected in January with the governor's projections. The LEO came out in May. They were projecting higher. And then the governor's budget projected a little bit higher when you look at the last 2 years. But for the current budget year, it's actually stepped down. So again, more personal income taxes were estimated back as early as January, but with everything that's happened with the state economy, it's dropped down almost $4.8 billion from where it was just 6 months ago. I won't go into the details here. Again, same thing. Everything kind of revolves around the economy, and mainly also too the volatility with the stock market. That's another big piece as far as what's driving all of the risks with the state's economy as well as the state's budget. So let's maybe talk more about us. So our budget assumptions. So we always look at enrollment. So even though we're basic aid, we still need to monitor our enrollment because that will be one of the first indications whether or not we stay in basic aid or we move closer to being back into LCFF. So this first graph here, we're kind of showing what the trend is statewide with enrollment. With the exception, I think, of Placer County, all of the other counties in the state are declining significantly. So this kind of gives you that sense in terms of where everyone in the state is as far as the overall decline of enrollment. Now for us, here's our enrollment projection, historical information, as well as what we're projecting out. So our demographer every year provides us an updated demographer report. And so what we're projecting for the coming year as far as enrollment goes is, I need to see it closer here. Oops, sorry. 13. So for 25-26, right now for CBEDs, our enrollment, we're projecting somewhat flat as far as this year's CBEDs. And I think we've talked about this, where we're seeing the growth offsetting the steep decline has been the full implementation of TK. So now that TK is fully implemented, we suspect that our enrollment will continue to start falling off again as we have larger numbers of 8th grade students exiting the system than incoming TKers now. Currently, before it was incoming kindergartners being the smaller population compared to the outgoing 8th grade classes. But this kind of gives you a graph sense in terms of what we're projecting as far as enrollment goes. And so this enrollment number then determines how much we would be eligible to receive on an ADA basis or average daily attendance. The average daily attendance is very much equivalent to our attendance rate. So we're not quite where we were prior to COVID. We are still at a level of about 97% ADA. And that's it's good. It's good. But as I was starting off, is that this is really the first thing we look at right now when we build the budget to see how this has an impact on what our typically our LCFF entitlement is, and determine based upon that whether or not we stay in basic aid or move into LCFF. So the other main piece with being a basic aid district, as well as you know, is the property taxes. So I'm going to segue to property taxes real quick here. So with property taxes, this is just the year-over-year growth of the secured property taxes for the projected years. The projected years right now are 25, 26, 26, 27. It's those last four bars. Those projections are based off of an assumption that secured property taxes grow at a 5% increase in assessed value. So it's not a 5% increase in tax revenues. This is a 5% growth in the assessed value of the value of all of our homes of the people that live in the community. So that's just the year-over-year increase. So then these secured property tax values, assessed values, then turn into the property taxes. So in this next graph here, this is a summation of all the various property taxes that we get from secured to unsecured to the homeowners exemptions and the supplemental taxes and things like that. We just created this graph for you for this time. It's somewhat new, but I want to point out a couple of things. You can see the 2 points in times where we were basic aid. We were basic aid for 1 year in 2020, 21, and then we shifted back out of basic aid the following year, and then we went into basic aid this last year, 24, 25. So during those periods of time, you can see that the top bar there, that green box here represents the supplemental tax assessments. I think we talked about it. I know Tina mentioned it, that now that we're moving into basic aid status, as a basic aid school district, we're no longer receiving any supplemental tax assessments, whereas we were budgeting it. Now moving forward, those supplemental taxes will be more or less built into our regular secured property tax assessments from year over year. So it is a big difference because our original projections were budgeting to receive that 4.3 million.
It actually updated
6.1 now.
Mhm. Yeah, it was 4.299, and then we just got our update, literally just got it 6.1 million.
Yeah. Well, I'll show it on the next graph here. The next graph actually are the numbers. I apologize how small they are. What's in that blue oval circle there is what I was referring to, is that initially when we brought to you the first and second interim, we were projecting that we were going to be receiving those supplemental taxes ongoing for those out years. Now that we've gotten confirmation from the county treasurer that we're no longer eligible to receive that, we've taken that out of the budget right now. So our multi-year now reflects not receiving that additional 4.3 million, but as Tina mentioned, it's been updated for this year to be 6.1 million. So those are the property taxes. That's really then what obviously is going to drive the majority of our funding. The next couple slides are just those dartboards. Here's just a snapshot of all the planning assumptions that go into building out the revenue and the expenditure. So I'll call out a couple of things. The first line is the COLA. So that's the Department of Finance's planning COLA for each of the next 5 years. Below that are the CalSTRS and the CalPERS employer rates. CalSTRS and CalPERS are the employee pension programs. CalSTRS is for certificated, CalPERS are for classified. So those employer rates are the percentages of payroll that we pay for each of our employees' retirement system. Consequently, our employees also pay an employer contribution. And so their contribution rate isn't on here, but this is just what the district has to pay. And then the other pieces are the California lottery. We receive a funding on a per ADA or per student basis. for both restricted and unrestricted dollars. And then the last major piece on here is the mandated block grant. We get an allocation again per student. That amount is also subject to COLA. The California lottery amount isn't subject to COLA, but it does adjust each year. The budget is always projecting the same dollar amount projected in the out year, but every year, I believe there's a lottery board that establishes what those rates are. So we will get probably an update on the California lottery allocations probably by the time we have first interim. So those are the financial dartboard numbers. And then we just put this in here just to remind everybody that when you look at how we calculate our LCFF entitlement, how we calculate our supplemental LCAP amounts, it's all driven by these grade span ADA amounts. So when you look at by grade span, we get different amount of funding for grade spans TK through 3, a different amount for grades 4 through 6, and then a higher amount for grades 7 through 8. When you take last year's base grant, you increase it by the 2.3% COLA, you get a new base grant for the following year. On top of that base grant, the state provides an additional grade span adjustment that's referred to as GSA. So currently now there's a grade span adjustment for kindergarten, and it adds in another $1,000, almost $67 per kiddo. So that was all of the basis of the LCFF entitlements. Now, with TK now coming into play, so TK now is also an add-on. So the state is proposing to provide an additional add-on to help school districts implement TK by adding almost another $5,500 per kiddo. But then here's the reality. It only applies to those districts that are non-basic aid school districts. An LCFF district that gets the funding under this model here, they benefit from receiving that extra add-on for TK. So that is one of the huge differences that it is impacting us. We are implementing a program with no additional funding. And so that's the reality here. But I wanted to put that up here because that is something I think we want to continue to provide that messaging, because people just normally think that we're getting all the same money that everyone else is to implement TK. Some of those other assumptions that I led off the presentation today is that have changed. So this is one of the new block grants that the governor is proposing. It's called the Student Support and Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant. It's a mouthful. The governor back in January was proposing, to allocate about $1.8 billion at that time. In his May revise, he's now proposing it to be down by 100 million, so at an amount of about 1.7. So as of last week, the legislature came back and the legislature is proposing that this amount of funding is more or less about a third of that 1.7, so about $500,000. So it's a proposal. It's just what the legislature has approved. The governor still has to sign the budget. So I understand right now there's probably a lot of this conversation and advocating at the state level to restore this to possibly this level here, because I'm guessing a lot of school districts were really anticipating this, and so were we. Tina mentioned that in our fiscal stabilization plan, the county would like us to have a plan in the event that we don't receive all this money that we are projecting in our budget. So I think we've addressed that in the fiscal stabilization plan. So that is one of the caveats with this new program. I talked a little bit about that TK. There is that funding, but we're not getting it. And then the last major piece is obviously the issues that we're having now with the proposed federal budget for 2026. President Trump has proposed, and I think we got some information last week, that the details in the proposal right now are as follows. The federal government will still continue to fund Title I and special education at its current levels. But yet they are talking about eliminating or reducing and eliminating some of these other programs that do impact us. And that is reflective in the Title III monies that we get. I think we do get a little bit of migrant ed money. So I think we estimated that, how much was that going to be a reduction of?
Approximately 460, roughly $460,000.
Of Title III funding that we
Both
would.
EL and
EL.
immigrant, both combined.
Correct. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. So those are the main pieces that we wanted to share with you as far as the budget goes. And then the deferrals. The deferrals is one of the other things. It's more of I guess, a state gimmick to withhold money from school districts. The proposal in the May revise was talking about deferring about $1.8 billion from one fiscal year into the next fiscal year. The legislature has come back and more or less kept the same deferral, but changed the amount. So it's still theoretically reducing money that we should have gotten in one fiscal year and then asking us to wait until the next fiscal year, a couple months, to receive those deferrals. But it doesn't impact us as much as it impacts an LCFF district. An LCFF district receives monthly apportionments. Since we're receiving property taxes, we're receiving them in December and March. So it has some implications, but not as much for us. But the one thing we do have is insurance. We've asked the board, and thank you for approving the trans. That trans allows us to borrow cash because of potentials like these deferrals. So that's all I was prepared to talk about. And then I know Stacy mentioned that we would want to maybe circle back to the multi or two after you have a chance to bring up your questions and comments.
All right, I think at this point, let's go around for let's just focus on questions. I think it probably, then we can do comments on a later round. So Satish, you can do the honors.
Just a couple of questions. Thanks, Tina and Chris. This fiscal stabilization plan, right? So once you submit, what is that next? Like kind of we are under some probation or something like that, or is there some updates periodically we need to give them? So can you please explain the steps?
Yeah, absolutely. So the county has requested that as long as we are exceeding the deficit spend limit, which is 1/3, as long as we're exceeding that, they are requesting a fiscal stabilization plan be included with our budgets moving forward until we no longer are deficit spending. So this would continue until we are able to demonstrate that we no longer are exceeding that deficit spend limit. So at each budget period, adopted budget, first interim, second interim, we'll update it at each one of those periods until we can then demonstrate that we're no longer deficit spending, exceeding the limit.
It need not be exactly the same in your expenses as long as it is within that. That's good enough, right?
That's correct. It can be updated each time. In fact, let's say for right now, the staffing adjustment, as Stacy mentioned, we did it based on a FTE. It was 35 FTE. Let's just say life starts happening and in the next revision, it's only 25 FTE and we put a dollar amount to it. We can change that at that time and make those adjustments at that time. So it's just a snapshot in time to really represent what are the plan changes that we're making to demonstrate that we're going to be able to reduce the deficit spend. So it can be adjusted.
So maybe to add, Satish, is that, as Tina mentioned, this is not in stone. It's not, you have to follow it to the T. What the county is asking for us and the board to show our commitment to meet our fiscal stability requirements and have a general plan in terms of how we're going to address it and over what period of time we need to address our imbalance. So as Tina mentioned, this will change. I mean, when we close 24-25, we'll update our beginning estimated balance. That will change this number as well. And then at first interim, when we look at the whole 25-26 fiscal year in terms of updates, this will change. And depending upon how much of that deficit spend we may or may not necessarily need to continue submitting this, but I would suspect that the county is going to ask us to continue to submit this until we are finally out of all deficit spending. And as you can see on our multi-year projection, by our second year, we're projecting to be completely right side up. So we'll probably need to submit this throughout this coming year. And I'm guessing that when we bring back an adopted budget for 26, 27, there might still be something that we need to submit. But this is just something that we need to submit with all of our assumptions. So the county's going to look at all of our assumptions, and this is just one more assumption that we are submitting for their consideration to approve our budget.
If I may ask, Tina, can you better clarify? So currently up on the screen, we have our stabilization plan. I know you made reference that the board members have a copy of the change stabilization plan, but the copy that they have in front of them is what replaces page 41 in their budget book. This stabilization plan on the screen on our presentation is up to date, current.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, so
There's
just
some confusion that it's changed. This is our stabilization plan that is included in the board docs and available for the public.
So what was loaded into board docs, just so everyone knows, is a revised budget book, which includes the updated stabilization plan. It's in 8.2, be on the agenda tonight, as well as a standalone document of the fiscal stabilization plan that has also been revised on number 8.2 in the board agenda as well. I just gave you a hard copy so you'd have it in front of you as well to add to your book so that your book would have it since you already have a printed book. But this is the updated presentation with the updated fiscal stabilization plan.
Thank you. My second question is the supplemental tax, right? That 4.3, you said 6.1 and so on. I'm not talking about the absolute amount or the numbers, but I thought that last time we said that even though we are not going to get that money, but that will be funded or that will be given at the end of the year in your overall tax, what you get it. Can you clarify that?
Let me restate that.
Yeah.
So the supplemental taxes right now, as we're still are in our first year as a basic aid, we get that money in the middle of the year.
Yeah.
Now, being one full year into being basic aid, next year, we wouldn't get that money sometime in the middle of the year. What the county's in a way confirmed to us that we will get the benefit of any properties that get reassessed as part of our calculation, what they calculate for our secured property taxes for the year. So maybe I didn't quite explain this part. The supplemental taxes, or supplemental assessed taxes, are for prior years. So 2 years ago, property change ownership, the county issued a supplemental tax bill. They've now collected those supplemental taxes. So the supplemental taxes that are being given to us as an LCFF district, we get that now afterwards. When we move into basic aid, now we'll be one full year into basic aid. We no longer get the supplemental taxes, but all those properties that get reassessed are part of the normal calculation of how they calculate the secured assessed values.
Yeah.
So it is in our projected property taxes already. We're calling out supplemental separate because of our transition year. As we projected out what we're looking to earn from property taxes, that's already incorporated, and there is no additional money coming in.
Okay, but in a way, if you take it by next year, let's say, or future year, this 4.3 or 6.3, whatever, that is kind of it's already included in that bigger picture. So in a way, you're not losing that money, right? If I understand.
Well, it looks like we're losing money, but to your point, we feel that it's going to be part of the base.
Yeah, we feel it's part of the base. So let's say you're getting 200 million just for our talk. And last year we got this 4.5, but next year it will be a 2.5, so 205 kind of. Your base is increased to 205, even though you're not getting it as a supplement.
Yeah.
Right. So in between the year, we are not getting it, rather we get it as a base. So
we're not losing money.
We are not
to your
losing,
point.
yeah,
We're
I
not
think-
losing money. What we what has changed for us is in our original projections, we believed the supplemental was coming in addition. So when we were projecting out our property taxes, we were also projecting that we we're going to continue to get the supplemental on top of it when it was already embedded in.
Embedded.
So we, on our projections, we lost money, but for our actual property tax, we're not losing money.
Okay, at least that feels better. I feel your base is increased, even though you're not getting that.
But we'd already calculated our base as increasing in our projections in addition to getting supplemental tax. So we had to roll out that supplemental tax in the future years and only have our property tax.
And maybe can I add to that? I mean, the other challenge that we have is that we're not going to know exactly what that amount will be until the end of the year. So we are projecting, I think we are projecting that our base will be increased by that loss of the supplemental taxes, but we won't truly know until June of 2026 to see that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, all right, Sylvia.
So, looking at the stability plan, for the total deficit spending, I was thinking about this. So the -4.8 roughly million is it's that much more expenditures than our revenue, right?
Yeah.
And then the following years we're over by 149 and then 2.8 and then 9.3. So I guess two questions. One is, why are we still calling it deficit spending, or why is it in that category? Shouldn't it be called something different?
So what this box is measuring is what is the total deficit spend. And so you're right. The deficit, when you say deficit, it would be the negative number. So if you're
Right.
positive, you would no longer be deficit.
Right.
But the purpose or intent of this box is if you, you're just trying to see if you are within the allowable amount
Huh.
of deficit. 'Cause it does allow for 1/3. So technically you could be within the allowable limit and still have a deficit spend. Technically, we don't want that as a district. Our county doesn't want that. But what all I was trying to do and demonstrate here is to be able to show that in 25-26, we do have that deficit spend of 4.8. But then moving forward in future years, you're correct. We do not have a deficit. We actually are positive, and then that's what helps generate and increase our reserves. So I understand what you're saying. It's just to reflect.
I mean, we could probably retitle that box a little bit differently because it's either going to be a deficit or a surplus.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So obviously the positive and the negative number makes that quite clear, but we're calling a positive number a deficit. It really is a surplus.
Yeah, we could call it deficit/surplus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
That's a good suggestion.
Yep.
And then going to the multi-year back on page 6.
Mhm.
So the numbers don't match, and is that because it's unrestricted?
Correct.
Okay.
That's why I kept saying that, because it does get confusing. So sometimes Chris or Stacy might refer to our overall deficit spend, which is what you're seeing in the MYP. That's your unrestricted and restricted combined.
Right.
But what the county and the state measures is just your unrestricted, because that's what contributes to your reserve.
I see. Cause yeah, for the total, it's 11.5
Correct.
versus the 4 point. And so then the restricted is all of the different categories.
Exactly. All your categorical funds, because you're
Yeah.
spending down your categorical funds, which you have to. There's time limits on those funds, so you have to spend them down. So that's why that's not measured as part of the deficit spend. Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And then my other not so much a question, but maybe just a thought, as you were saying, maybe as we're switching from the FTE, the measurement of FTE versus the actual dollar amount. If possible, can we have both the dollar amount and because I think for me, like, one without the other doesn't totally like help me understand the scope of what it is. So I'm
So I
wondering if
think
that's possible.
how best for us to show that would be, we're going to have a dollar amount target, and under that dollar amount target, we're going to identify how did we get to those dollar amounts. So it would identify what FEs there are, what perhaps a program, what other things came to that dollar amount. So you would have both.
Okay, all right. Okay, great, thank you.
All right, thanks, Lo.
Okay, yeah, still the page 15 and page 6. So, yeah, in page 15, it shows 26, 27, the color is in green. I guess that means we are in surplus in.
Yes, that's correct. So in 26-27, the unrestricted category of funds that we have, we do have a surplus starting in 26-27. That is correct.
Okay, but in page 6 and 26 to 27 is in red.
Yes, so on the multi-year projection, 26-27 is red because combined, it's still a deficit spend overall, combined unrestricted and restricted.
Okay.
So but as Sylvia had just mentioned, when you have spending in your categorical restricted funds, you have a timeline that you have to spend those funds. So you will be spending those funds to spend them down and use them up. So in a restricted fund, that is a normal practice, is to spend out those funds. In unrestricted, the goal is to save some of your money so that you can put it into your reserves. And so that's why in unrestricted, you want to make sure you have a balance, a surplus.
Okay, so so the unrestricted is actually more important.
It is when it comes to determining your reserve balance. Yes, exactly.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Okay. And so another question is that, say, you mentioned we do not have the fund for the TK because we are in basic aid, right?
Yes.
But comparing to those still in LCFF, we actually have more funds than those in LCFF.
We might have an equivalent amount per student.
Yeah.
From from property taxes. So, but then an LCFF district is getting, I guess it's hard to say if we're getting exactly as much. Actually, I think we did calculate that. We determined how much we are getting per student. Or the excess property taxes.
Excess property taxes. So we receive $5 million more than a district our size that's in LCFF. So our property taxes generate an additional $5 million. That equates to about $400 per student annually that we're generating in excess. But I think what Chris is trying to demonstrate is that the $400 is not enough to even support TK. And we're adding all those TK kids.
Okay.
But we're still in better shape than if we were an LCFF district. I think that.
Okay, I see. So those say when you calculate the per student comparing to LCFF, you include the TK students as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So that means we're still in better shape than LCFF.
Yeah.
$400
more per student.
Okay.
Yep.
For the basic aid light.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Light. Okay. Okay. And say go to page 29. Could you please help me understand why the total, the green line, which is at the total property tax revenue, it's say the blue bar is secured property tax revenue, and the orange is at unsecured property tax revenue. Why the green line is not equal to the blue bar plus the orange bar?
Okay, good question. So the green line represents how much we're getting, or how much our entitlement is. during that period of time that we were LCFF, what we don't receive in property taxes, the state is making up. The state makes us whole. And so this is that period. You've heard me talk about ERAF.
Mm.
ERAF is the other property taxes that get adjusted. The state, or actually, no, it's the county reallocates some of our property taxes amongst other state agencies. But when they do that, they can do that for an LCFF district. They can't take that money away from us once we're basic aid. But when they reduce our property taxes, when the county does that, the state makes us whole. The state fills in that gap. So during that period of time when we were LCFF, the county took some of our property taxes away, they redistributed it, and then I guess they made the state make us whole. So it just shows that we didn't receive the same amount of property taxes when you were looking at prior to that 2021.
Okay, is that the green stuff?
Are you talking about the green bar or the green line?
So the green one are something going down, right?
The green line.
Okay.
The green line represents our total property tax revenues for the year.
Okay, so that's what we receive. We actually receive.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, but okay.
But remember, the state makes us whole. So when you look at the blue and the orange, that's the actual dollars that we received there because we weren't in basic aid. So the property tax didn't determine the amount. We were funded on the per pupil. And so when you look at the blue and the orange, that's what our actual amount was.
Yeah, actually, so Stacey, just to add to that, this graph here just only shows the property taxes. This graph here does not show our total LCFF entitlement. There's another graph I can share with the board, maybe through the Friday letter, that shows that during those periods of time when we were LCFF, it shows how much we got from property taxes, and then it shows how much extra the state gave us. The two together represents our full entitlement amount. This graph here just shows how much property tax revenue do we get in any one of those years. So during that time between 21, 22 through 23, 24, our property taxes were reduced by that ERAF adjustment. But what doesn't show here is the amount that the state backfills. But I have another graph I can share with the board that shows both. This green line that's showing a decrease in property taxes, but then I have another graph that shows that the state makes up that difference.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still confused, but I guess I can talk to you later.
Sure.
Okay, sure.
Thanks. Ava, please go ahead.
I have some technical questions before addressing the content questions. I believe that CBO, Chris, you are presenting materials, including Tina, that involves stuff that has to do with the budget book, and it was not attached to the board advance meeting. Is that correct?
So the budget book is attached on this evening's and our general session when you would do the approval of the budget.
8.2.
Right, but it's not attached to the board advance meeting.
No, it's not.
If we're going to be talking about a budget book and taking a page out of there, I would not like to be in violation of Brown Act and have those attachments made available and also made available to the.
Just to clarify, so the attachment that was made available to the board members is part of this presentation. It is the hard copy of that one particular page. So that is only, there is nothing that is omitted that the public doesn't have that the board has.
That one copy is not attached to, it was
Embedded
not
into
attached.
No, it's not. It's embedded into the presentation. So the attachment is exactly what's in the presentation that's available to the public.
I don't see that.
I think it's slide number 15, if I'm not Mistaken.
The stabilization plan, I believe it's slide 15.
In the presentation.
Slide 13.
15, 1-5.
No, I'm not asking about that. I'm talking about the hard copy, the stabilization plan adopted budget. And there were changes of the hard copy, so there are changes.
No, to clarify, there
that-
are no Ava, there are no changes on the hard copy. This copy that you're seeing on the screen that's attached to the board docs is exactly the same copy that the board members were provided a hard copy of, just so they could have a little bit easier viewing because the font is so small. No changes.
Because that was my biggest thing, was like, I
Yeah,
didn't see
I
any
do think it was a
changes
little bit
either,
confusing in the
so-
beginning when we said we had a handout, but the handout is exactly the same. So when the budget book is presented during 8.2 in this evening's meeting, the budget book is attached and the correction. But for this purpose today, the presentation is correct, so it is available to the public. It was just a courtesy to the board to give it in a larger font.
I'm confused
I
because
apologize for that confusion.
it says it's a revised version. So I'm assuming there was something different, and I'm comparing it to the slides and I don't see a difference, so.
The revision was reflecting what was presented last week on the June, whatever board meeting. Sorry, I can't remember what the date was. Last
June
week.
4th.
Thank you. June 4th. The budget book that was attached had a different version, an old version of the fiscal stabilization plan. So for today's presentation, the presentation was updated. It has the correct stabilization plan in it. And then for tonight, 8.2 has an updated budget book with the updated stabilization plan, as well as a standalone stabilization plan for 8.2. I was just referencing that sometimes the board members will review their budget book also while we're discussing things. And I just wanted to point out that we gave you guys a new copy to insert into your budget book since you had already received your hard copy of the budget book.
So you're saying that the budget book that's currently attached to the agenda doesn't have any changes based on what you just passed out?
For tonight, yes, that is correct.
But it's different from the last one that we saw on June 4th?
That's correct. The fiscal stabilization plan was updated.
And you probably went over the updates, but at the same time, I wasn't able to see everything clearly because for me, it's very blurry. To see the Zoom version of it. What was changed from the June 4th one to this one on this particular page?
Tina's finding that. I do want to do a quick time check. We're at 4:30, so just so we can be observant of that.
Thanks. Do you have questions, Ava? Maybe while Tina's looking that
I
up,
did.
or
I asked the question and I didn't think I heard the answer. I mean, I didn't hear the answer. I'm not sure if it's technology, not relaying the message.
I apologize. I don't, I will take me a minute to find it. I remember in the fiscal stabilization plan, when Chris and I were reviewing it, we realized that there was a couple of numbers that needed to be updated. And I believe, if I remember correctly, it was within the unrestricted deficit spending. The total revenues and expenditures had shifted just a tiny bit. So I believe those numbers shifted a little bit. And I believe there was one adjustment, if I remember correctly. I can get those changes to you shortly. I just need a couple minutes to put them together for you. So last week's version is the old version. The revised version is attached for tonight.
I'm seeing the differences in the reduction in force.
Yeah, there was a couple of changes up in the top. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's in the reduction in force section, which is like
Yes, in your row, yeah.
My admin was so efficient, she updated my book already, so I don't have the old one.
So while we're looking that up, Ava, are your other questions predicated on this or can they proceed in parallel? Or,
Uh, just trying to adjust what's going on because it's really hard when I don't have all the information. I would. Can you come back to me because my brain
I can run
is
through the changes right now.
a bit
Okay.
upset right now.
all right,
Okay.
so, oh, I'm sorry, did you want to go? Okay,
I
go.
apologize. I have the changes ready if you'd like for me to review them.
Oh, please.
Okay, so for 25-26, there was a modification to the reduction in workforce. There was the FTE decrease that had been added for 25-26, but the FTE decrease for 26-27 had not been added. So we added that line to add the 48.625 FTE various vacant reductions of 3.3 million in 26-27. Everything else remained the same. Same, and then same. Same. So actually, the only change was in the reduction in workforce, the additional line item of the FTE for 26-27. That is the only difference.
And that was information that was shared last week when we were going through the MYP. We hadn't gotten to the stabilization plan last week.
So if you like, Ava, I can go first and then come back to you. Would you like that to a little bit time to absorb this, or would you like to continue with your questions? I can do it either
Yeah,
way.
because I'll have to go through and eliminate all the other questions that I had or redo them. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and go then, and we'll come back to you. Thank you for that. So I have a couple of questions. So let's start with maybe the economy of it. So Chris, you talked about the May revise is lower. But then if you look at the stock market, since April 22nd or so, it's shot up, year over year, the market's up about 10, 12%. So do you think, I know that the state revenue is more than just capital gains, but do you think it might get readjusted? Are you hearing anything that it might come up? Because they did the May revise based on April numbers. They do look pretty bad, but markets really recovered since then.
That is a good question. And I think where they will make those adjustments, you remember with Proposition 98, they go back and look at the current year and then they make adjustments to the Property 98 allocation for the prior year.
Right.
And so if tax revenues for the prior year come in or actually materialize, I would imagine that they would go back and recalculate what amount of money goes into the Proposition 98. So we should get credit for any variances in those tax revenues.
Okay.
So from a prior year, it won't show up in the current year. It'll show up as part of the adjustment.
Got it. Okay. So anything we get that come later. So
Come later, we get the benefit from it.
not really relevant to this right now. Okay. Our second question, and then my remaining questions around the fiscal stabilization plan. So in the footnotes, there's a note there that says if the state block grant doesn't come through, right? We're looking at shifting the reserve. It looks like everything that's not nailed down for 3%, we're going to shift over 2.485 plus another million, right? So it's about 3, but that doesn't make up for the 4.2. So I'm wondering, I mean, how much, so, we would be losing out on 4 point, or maybe two-part question. So Chris, you talked about there may be a reduction, I guess, they were saying like it's reduced by some amount, but it's not like all going away.
It's not all going away.
Right. And you were saying it's like $500 million out of 1.5 billion right now, or?
It was projected to be statewide 1.7. Now it's half a billion.
So it's $500 million cut or $500 million period?
Period.
Oh, so it's like a two-third cut to it.
Two-third cut. And so we get about a third of it.
So I should mentally model status, if we stay with this, the 4.2 million we're expecting, we're going to lose 2/3 of that.
That's what we're hearing now.
Okay. And then there's no way for us to not spend that money. I guess they're committed. I'm just wondering, is there an alternative to bringing the reserve down to 3%? Or is that sort of a must?
Based on the model right now, if we were to not receive that funding in order to not have to address the reserve, we could possibly look at mid-year layoffs.
And we're allowed to do that?
If there are some changes in the budgeting that you receive, I believe, Mike, there is a provision to allow mid-year layoffs if you lose particular funding.
Okay, so state drops their thing, then we do
Then
have the agency to
ability.
do that if we wanted to. Okay, thanks. Third question then is back on also on the plan. There's a line for property tax. I didn't quite understand, and maybe this is from last week's, my bad. Why is it only, so that second line from the bottom?
Yeah.
Property tax, it's 1 million for 25, 26, 7.8 for the out years. What was that delta again?
Yeah, so all I was trying to demonstrate here was the actual increase in property taxes year over year. So this year, due to the loss of the I shouldn't say loss of supplemental, but so then we're actually only gaining $1 million in 25, 26 over what we had last year. And then moving forward after that, then it'll start going up by that $7 million. So then we'll increase each year after that. So what this was representing was that kind of one-time adjustment that we're going to experience potentially this year. And we're still waiting to see if maybe that base comes up a little bit more. It's possible.
I see. So because it's pushed out to the future, so we're kind of got screwed out of 1 year's worth.
Yeah, this year our property taxes would only potentially grow a little bit.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, so those are my questions. Ava, baton goes back to you. Please go ahead if you have questions.
Okay, try to find the unmute button. Thank you all for your patience and to clarify what was going on because I was really confused and it didn't make sense because I didn't see any differences. But I do see the difference from the December 4th meeting. Moving forward, going to what slide is that? We are at slide 15. I'll address slide 15 and then I'll go in order to 29 and then 30. On slide 15, it seems like the only thing that's changing a lot is our property taxes. Is that correct? To keep us in a surplus?
Well, all of the changes on the top half of the page contribute to our ability to have a growing surplus. So all those changes, whether it's increased revenues, decreases in our reduction in workforce or decrease in expenditures, it's a compilation of all those changes that then leads us to be able to then increase our surplus.
Well, I see the place in where we are earning revenue besides the not having staffing adjustments and such. Are we assuming, particularly looking at the solar energy under expenditures in the second large section, ongoing reduction PG&E due to solar energy generation ongoing? This, just to make sure, this does not address like how we're paying for the solar panels or if, because we haven't decided what were we going to do with the Measure Z funds.
This is referring solely to the savings that we will experience in our electricity utilities due to the generation of solar. So this is strictly just the savings from those expenditures.
Okay, great. That was, thank you for that clarification. It wasn't clear to me. And then can we go to slide 29? On the bottom for the green blocks in the key, it says other stuff. I know what ERAFT is. Remind me RDA? Community RDA?
RDA redevelopment agencies. We don't get any RDA money.
Not anymore. I understand that. And then That's my questions so far. I have one comment. Can I work on a comment? Or I can
Let's
wait
go
until
around.
later. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go
I'll wait.
around, which is the comments then. Satish, if any other.
No, I have only one question on slide 35, that the student support and personal development block grant. Is it a one time?
Yes.
One time.
And you have 4 years to spend that?
I believe it's three.
29, I think.
3 years, I think.
I
it's
believe
been-
it's 3 years.
September 30, 2029.
Okay, thanks, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Sylvia. Comments, no, okay, along.
Yeah, I have another question. Say, well, it probably never happened before, and I have no intention to make it happen later. But I just have a curiosity, and say if we say for the budget plan, if we do not pass it, and so what will happen? What's the consequence?
If we don't, if the board doesn't approve or pass the budget,
Yeah, so what's the consequence?
they don't have an operating budget.
Okay, does that mean say no one will receive a salary next month, so we cannot pay the bill? Or
I guess technically, we don't have approval from the board to spend any money. So I guess technically, yes.
Typically, I know it did occur with a district last year up north of us where the board did not approve their budget. There was the county stepped in and intervened and attempted to help facilitate the conversation of the importance of at least passing the budget to, again, to keep operations functioning as of July 1. Then the board and the district, I believe, came back and continued their conversations about how to ensure that their budget was stabilized over the future years. But technically, without an approved budget, we are not able to operate come July 1.
okay, so it's basically say we have to pass the plan, say in order to have the budget to pay to have a payout for the salaries and
Correct. To maintain operationalize, it is dependent on the board passing the budget. You know, what we always do say, and I think Chris stresses it every time, the budget is what it is at this moment. We know that it's going to change. We know that the governor's budget hasn't been approved yet. We're awaiting that. We know that once that is, we come back within 45 days after that. So in August, we'll be bringing back a revision because we'll be working on closing the books. We'll have some of those final numbers. So it will continue to evolve. We're hoping in a more positive way versus a negative when we come back in August. But this is a snapshot in the time that it is. And so when we ask the board to approve it, it's based on the best of our ability of the knowledge that we have right now.
Okay. Cool, thank you. So is this time for the comments as well?
Yes, comments if you have, please.
Okay, yeah, thank you for bringing up those budgets and for those detailed explanation. I think overall, yeah, I have a problem with say our total reserve, which is that last year we expected it to be 6%, but this year we saw it's below 4%. So which is that, yeah, we already have a pretty low board reserve, and this year we saw it's getting even lower. That's make me a little nervous. And say since we saw have a pattern, say our say mid-year, our what's it called, the
Interim.
Yeah, midterm updates, and the number fluctuates a lot, and which will, yeah, the fluctuation is more than say normally more than say our board reserve, and which is that say if it goes the wrong direction, and maybe we totally run out of board reserve at mid-year. Okay, I do not know. So that's something make me really nervous.
I think that is the importance of the stabilization plan and continue to bring that back to review and to make sure that it's being implemented. I think as we look back for this previous year when we made some layoff cuts, we probably needed to cut deeper. But some of the costs that had come in, just with staffing, some of the unknowns with the money that we were shifting, we needed to cut deeper.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ava, please go ahead with your comments or questions.
It's comment. Thank you, Jerry. Trustee Chow here. In the beginning, talked about the augmented amounts that Chris mentioned, and I just want us to. It's good that our stabilization plan looks good for the 26-27 year and so on, but I still want us to be mindful of how we are spending our money. One of the new policies that we're looking at was surrounding on contractors. I really want our district to kind of look at what are some contractors and contractors in general are cost more money than if we had someone in-house. So kind of look at, what are the contractors that we currently have? And if we were to have an employee in-house work on those jobs and they're contractors, that we could save money there. We do, especially in legal services. I know we have different legal services as a school district that we require, but looking at what are some that we may benefit from in-house process, looking into that, or just an example. But I know we have lots of contracts, and I'll leave it up to staff to kind of consider that. The other comment was on, let me find those notes. I like seeing the stabilization so that we can see where we are in general expecting where the money is being cut and where it actually comes in. Slide 30 is very hard to read. It's like the font size is way too squeezed, and I'm not sure if there's a better way to present that. So that was really hard to read. For slide 33, not 33. Oh, okay, maybe the wrong number. Hold on, let me find the right number. I'm sorry, 37. Okay. I don't think we've ever wrote our current leadership on the slide for slide 37, because my understanding with the federal budget, whether it's approved or not, it's by the Congress. So I guess these amounts means it's not for sure going to come down the line or not. My understanding is the Congress approves the budget since they are the ones that authorizes the budget for federal funding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, can we?
Should, yeah.
Can we
Again,
make
on this particular, with the federal budgeting, we do use direction from the county and from school services as to what we should be including into the budget and what not. So the recommendation has been that consideration in 26-27 to no longer include the Title III money. We have not gotten that specific direction for next year. This has been conversation that I think that has come up with the president's budget proposal that just came out in the last last couple of days, so there's still a lot of conversation, but we don't have any direction at this point whether we should or should not include it. So the last message was we have included Title III in 25-26.
Wait, we're not including these, or we are including these?
We are including Title III funds in our 25-26 budget.
Okay, and the amount reduced 163 billion, that's nationwide?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm sorry, I think I caught your question. So the dollar amounts represented on here is for the federal dollar amount, the total federal dollar amount.
Okay, the total. It would be, okay, so I'm so bothered that we put our current leadership at the federal government in there rather than it's Congress that does the approval of the budget at the end. So I have an issue with that. I see 163 being what it would look like nationwide, but since we're talking about our own budget, how much of that is our adult education? If it's going to be eliminated or proposed to be eliminated, and how much would that be for Title III and migrant education?
We don't get migrant, I mean, we don't get adult education.
Correct.
I think we did share that we're estimating the elimination of Title III to both EL and immigrant to be how much?
460,000.
460,000.
Okay, so I mean, relation to us, of course, right? You know, I think it would be good to, if we're gonna be talking about what's happening federal, and we're always gonna be thinking what's happening to us as a district. So kind of gives us a perspective of what may be coming down the streamline. So I appreciate the overview, but I also like to see the perspective. How does the money amount actually affect us? Like, so that was my suggestion, and correct that the our federal spending and money is determined by the Congress. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ava. First of all, thank you for putting this together. It's a lot of work. I know we say this a lot, but there are a lot of pieces. So thank you for pulling it in a coherent package. Just really, I'll vote to approve this budget. So a couple of requests. I think one in terms of presentation, what I found helpful back in the second interim is the way the assumptions were laid out quantitatively by table. So I would just maybe ask in the future if we could just have a consistent format for doing that. It makes it a lot easier because I went through to compare how the budget changed from first to second and so that would just, so that's more of a formatting request. I share Long's concern about, and I think we all do, about the reserve. And I think, so these are really comments for as we head into next year and start planning for 26, 27. Is I would like to see a version of the budget that doesn't have a deficit. I know right now for the multi-year, we have a 26, 27. There may be reasons we need to run a deficit, but I'd like to see a version without and to understand what the trade-offs are, right? To see if we did have to drive it all the way down to take out that additional 2 million or so, what is that? What's that impact? So I would just ask for think about that. And then the point I sort of mentioned earlier that if we are later in this year, if we are going to be drawing down the reserves further, and if there's agency for us, so if it's the kind of thing where we have to draw it down, there's no choice, then that's an operational thing. But if it turns out there is a choice, that there are trade-offs we can make on drawing down reserves versus other changes, I would like to see if we could bring that back to the board and for us to have a discussion on what that is. So those are my requests. So thank you. If anybody else have anything
Yeah,
before
I think I was still asking questions only.
Oh, okay,
I just
sorry.
make only one comment, so not much. Thank you very much for this, and I think I'm really looking forward for the stabilization plan, things like to implement. And second thing is like, I know that like we are showing green from next year, but probably let's start creating the base for that, so that like we'll not be taken into, I don't want to use the word surprises, but yeah, eventually because of the unforeseen, like, the funding from Fed or state probably can take it. So if needed, some, more stronger decisions, which we will have to make it. So it's very, I think all of us share the same concern about the bottom line, whatever we have, that's one area we need to focus on. So let's start working from now for the next year itself. Right. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're going to exit item 4 and the study session then. Right? Okay.
This does conclude our board advance portion. Yes.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 6. This is public comments for closed session items. Do we have any public comments for closed session today?
No, we do not.
Thank you. In that case, then I'll go ahead and adjourn us to closed session and we'll be back. When are we coming back?
5:30.
5:30? Okay. All right.
We will start our general session at 6.
Okay, so we'll try to come, okay, well, general session at 6, we'll try to be back at 5:30 then. Okay, thanks, everyone. Okay.